Rising, everyone. Happy Friday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But as always, if you would like to get on the list for a personal reading, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. Oh, hold on a minute. 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Things in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways right now. The first giveaway we are doing is we are doing a free reading for the highest gifter. That is occurring between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you are participating in that. And the other giveaway we are doing right now is we'll be doing a reading giveaway at 50K likes. So once we hit that 50K milestone, I will be doing a random drawing and gifting a reading back to the collective. So I wish you guys a lot of luck in winning that as well. Make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. First and foremost, how are we doing? Happy equinox. We had that yesterday. Here's the thing about this energy right now. If the answer to that question, how are you doing? Not great. It's okay. I'm just going to say that right now. It's okay if you're not feeling okay. And I'm going to say this with all of the sincerity in my heart right now. Remember the difference, if you're not feeling okay, between what you're feeling inside of the self versus what you're feeling around the self right now. Because the thing is, and we just keep on talking about this, we're going through, I want to describe this as like a real, like, it's like an emotional storm energy. Okay. I want you to think about it as like an emotional or spiritual storm front, if you will. But that's because, and I'm going to walk you guys through this again. I know you're probably sick of me saying it, but I'm going to keep saying it as we go through it. Okay. We're going through effectively a discordant node emotionally and energetically and spiritually right now. Why? Because we're going through a Venus retrograde cycle, which makes everything feel way uglier than it is, right? So we already have that distortion point that is occurring right now with the Venus and retrograde cycle. We're coming out of that Virgo full moon energy, right? And the thing with the Virgo full moon is it's beautiful as it relates to clarity, as it relates to building into the context of navigating perfection or seeing what one idealizes. But, right, the combination force of effectively having to experience the Venus retrograde, which says everything looks much worse than it is, in conjunction with that Virgo full moon that feels like it demands perfection. It's okay. Like, if you're feeling that weight right now, I want you to remember that's not within you. That's outside of the self. And at the same time, because that's not enough right now, we've got that Mercury retrograde hitting. So things are also, it's like things also, and again, remembering that Mercury retrogrades do not show up just to break things. It helps us recognize the difference between a groove and a rut. Right? The timing is not ideal. Okay. Because at the same time that we're experiencing all of that, we've got a lot of those minor inconveniences, right? Of like to just wear away at the psyche to a certain extent. And then, I want you to imagine all of that chaotic noise happening. And then you have the eclipse, which just turns the volume up. Because remembering, eclipses don't make something appear that does not appear. It just amplifies. They're amplifiers, right? If I want to say this with all, like, if everything you're doing right now is just finding that balance point, that's wonderful. That's okay. Because if you're feeling rough, I want you to recognize this. This is a rough patch. Like, it's an emotional, it's an energetic rough patch. And I really want to make sure that it's important to identify that and make sure that you're not over internalizing that right now. We will We kind of saw this occurring. We saw the fact that the full moon in Leo last month was a bit of a dress rehearsal for it. But it's cranky stuff, right? And I got to tell you here, it doesn't help. It really doesn't help right now that we've got a lot of this, like, a lot of the moon cycles or things we're hitting right now. It's been scorpionic. It's a lot of Sagittarian energy. It's a lot of that, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's a lot of that, like, meh. So I want you to think about making sure that if you're feeling like that, not projecting it inwards, finding healthy places to put it, right? Finding something that feels like it's going to activate you through it. Because I'm going to tell you right now, I think that I wish, and I want you to kind of find those spaces right now because we've still got some time in this eclipse cycle, right? We've got, I believe, a few more days before we've got that new moon that's coming through in Aries. But that one's going to, like, but while we're experiencing a bit of this eclipse energy, um, and I need to describe this. Sometimes, often, the eclipse center cycles feel more euphoric, but with that confluence of the Venus retrograde coming out of the Virgo full moon, it almost like it's very hard not to see what's going wrong and move into the space of feeling the worst, right? um and I feel like a lot of that is requiring the sense of being able, and that's why we talked about the value and significance before proceeding into this energetic cycle and being able to find the anchor of the self, right? Because I want you to kind of imagine, like, the best way I can kind of help describe what it may feel like right now is I want you to think about this as kind of like it's almost like broken mirror energy, right? I want you to think about it a little bit like the fact that, like, the Venus retrogrades, they sometimes make things look more difficult, like more worse than they are. But when we have a clarity of ourselves, right? Think about the fact is, like, when you feel the sense of knowing oneself, you don't need to look outside the self for that mirror. It allows oneself to build into that sense or that space of clarity. So I'm going to tell you right now, compassion is going to help us through it. And I think that it's really beautiful the fact that we had that Leo full moon prior to entering this energetic cycle, because a lot of that work, or a lot of that space, as it were, right? What were the lessons we saw that were coming through during that Leo full moon, right? It starts with compassion for the self, right? It starts with compassion for what we are carrying, because, and I have to say this, like, it's a lot of that space. Um, when we look at, like, when we experience the horrors, but then we observe the honor it is to carry our own personal journeys, it allows us to be able to recognize that we can navigate that weight, that we are strong enough. Now, this is having a different impact depending on where you find yourselves on the frequency cycles. For masculine and feminine energy, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to, right? A lot of this work, or a lot of this space that we've been identifying or working through, um, I keep on seeing, and this was what we were getting to a certain extent when we were looking at when we were effectively looking at what some of this pull is. And I got to tell you right now, Neptune moving right now into Aries is not helping things, in the sense that there's a lot of nostalgia, right? There's a lot of that emotionality that's opening up, right? And a lot of that Neptune energy often, like, sits and rests in the stomach. But, like, so a lot of that emotionality, we're almost seeing to a certain extent that ability to recognize and to articulate about how one is feeling, right? Finding the means of emotional expression. I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy in separation, either situations or circumstances where it may feel like you're having a different conversation with someone, right? Those moments or those experiences where you're talking towards something and one person is speaking in the realm of the emotions, and the other energy is kind of looking in those spaces of what feels like it is productive or where it feels like it's going. I keep on hearing or feeling like there's a lot of conflict that may be emerging in some of those experiences because and this is what we mean with like some of the frustrations that are rising up with the Pisces energy, with the planets moving out of Pisces into Aries. You know, Pisces is more about looking at the connectedness of things. It's being able to introspect on the emotionality, right? Aries does not look at emotions in the same way, right? Aries is not the type of energy that wants to contemplate upon the nature of emotions. They want to understand what they're for. So that's why I see that there are either potentially a lot of like difficulties that may be emerging in conversations right now, where it may feel like you're having like a whole different conversation with someone. If there's energy that's hovering still in Pisces, while another energy is trying to talk about like what they want to do versus how they feel. This is where I'm seeing that a lot of these potential conflicts are emerging right now. Um, and I keep on hearing that for a lot of the energy right now that's connecting into healthy energetic partnerships, the overarching weight of the messages coming through are one can feel how one feels, but it doesn't prevent one from doing what one needs to do. Right? The fact that we can carry emotions but still have direction in holding them. So I see right now that there's either some chapters that are closing because it feels like something is dwelling too much in the space of emotionality without that sense of direction, or new energetic connections that are forming right now that are the amplification point of feeling and recognizing and saying to oneself, one can feel emotionality and still have purpose attached to it. That's why I keep on saying that for a lot of the partnerships that are coming through right now or coming together during this eclipse cycle, this is all chariot energy. This is all like powerhouse energy, because it's like as long as they have the directions, as long as they feel that sense of mutual purpose, it feels like there's nothing that they can't accomplish. Now for masculine and feminine energy right now that is coming into divine union, I have to say that I'm seeing that for a lot of the energy coming into divine union, this is more of that space of starting to have to navigate the weight of some of the frustration of this energy, right? Because like, what do we often see? Sometimes when we're coming into that path work of understanding and recognizing the self, being able to see something from the past with a deeper sense of clarity, it sometimes can bring you to your knees, right? It's a lot of that moment that I see that for a lot of the energy right now, um, that reminiscence, right? All that Neptune energy coming to the surface. It's almost like the energy that is creating and finding nostalgia there, right? The ability to look back on something with clarity in a way that it doesn't feel like it hurts, but it enlightens or provides a sense of insight. But it's still very heavy, right? Because sometimes when we look back on the past and we see our own progress, like we wince, right? It's hard to look at, but the energy is looking back on the past because they hold the fact that they see it in that way sacredly, right? And so I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now, trying to find a point of balance throughout that, right? Being able to redistribute what they're carrying. I feel like a lot of that force or a lot of that work is appreciative of the journey of the self. And that also requires that space of, again, having to surrender the illusion of perfection, remembering, and that's what, like, so much of this work that we've been seeing right now, having to navigate through a lot of this energy, identifying and recognizing that perfection is a cardinal direction. It's not a location, right? We never effectively reach perfection. It's always something that feels a little bit out of our grasp. So for a lot of that energy, being able to identify and recognize that, this is where the compassion for the self is coming in. While for masculine and feminine energy, deep within divine union right now, I just keep on seeing that there's a lot of this, like I want to identify what I'm seeing right now for the energy deep within divine union. It feels, it feels, it feels determinative. It feels heavy. There, it almost feels a little bit like there's almost something akin to what feels like Taurus energy connected to it. I need to do more introspection upon as to why, because it's speaking towards that pathwork of determination, right? Recognizing and understanding personal transformation to such an extent that as we're experiencing it, it feels like it's tearing us apart. But at the same time, we recognize that we have the strength to be able to maintain and hold it together. You know, that's effectively like what we're seeing to a certain extent, because there's a lot of that work within divine union that feels like the opening up of the heart space. And I did see that for masculine and feminine, this is bringing out different qualities. Again, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. For masculine, it feels more, I keep on saying, it feels more gregarious right now. It feels more like that space of masculine wanting to kind of reach out and touch others, or be able to be in a space of sharing their own energetic journey, right? Because there's something about the work of the masculine healing the egoic space that immediately like almost allows for that ability or desire to connect to others as it relates to the emotions. For feminine, I see it actually bringing forth the opposite experience. For feminine energy, I keep on seeing the fact that for feminine, this is being more closed off, right? This is a lot of the feminine energy that's healing from those spaces of feeling like they need to be of service to everyone around them except the self. So for feminine, there's a lot more of that sense or that space of being kind to oneself, being patient, putting a little bit of that compassion that you typically give forth to others back to the self first. Because again, that's a lot of that Ace of Cups energy that we often see, which is again our best. You know, it's vital and important to make sure that we're holding the self sacred, so that there's enough of the self that we can give forth to those around us. That is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. Now, if you would like to catch that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it over as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church, or over on my Substack. That said, we are going to get started with today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across any of these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I am going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading, but let me know how you're doing. Also, remember the list is open. The first person on the list each day will always have an additional card in their reading, so I'm wishing you a lot of, so if you'd like that as well, you can also, that is available too. All right, welcome. How are you guys doing today? Good to see you, Janet and hi there, Stevie. Hi, Nikki. Good to see you. Grand Rising, Haley. And good to see you as well, Heather. Christina, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Saturday is the new moon. Yep, we've got, I mean, just a few more days away. And I think, like, honestly, we just need to get through this. We need to get through some of this eclipse energy right now. The next full moon will be in Libra. But here's the thing. I think that, and I think that what's nice about it, and I need to kind of point this out. So we had that, like, there's a little bit, I keep on seeing that there's a little bit of this like work that's happening here in this eclipse, where it's like the Virgo full moon energy is like too exacting. And then we've got the Aries new moon, which I feel like is going to be a little bit more of like kind of coming into that space of determination that we're seeing. And then we've got that Libra full moon, which will allow for a sense of balance. And that's why I keep on saying, like, if you're feeling like you're going through a rough patch, give yourself until Saturday, man. Give yourself until we get out of this eclipse cycle. All right. It's the vibe. It's the vibe. Hi there, Per. Good to see you, dear. And Carrie, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Heather, I did a deep dive on the mythology of Aries, posted some videos on it, and big surprise. Oh, I'm definitely going to check those out. Thank you for bringing them up here, Heather. I did not really put together that the zodiac sign Aries and the Greek god Aries, oh, not the same spelling. Oh, good to note. Yes. Latin word for ram. Yep. and Creus. Aries means curse or war cries. Yep, exactly. Beautiful. I mean, it sounds to me like you've been doing a lot of that work in terms of studying the mythology there. But again, and I think that the ability to understand and explore the meaning of the sign work in terms of what they're associated and related to is absolutely important. Um, yes, with the Taurus man, with my Taurus man, we just went through a major transformational moment, but he's determined. Very glad to hear that, Nikki. They know they messed up big time. I'll tell you right now, if you got a Taurus admitting that they messed up, that's incredible. Anyone who knows Taurus energy right now, if you've met a Taurus and you got them to admit that they have to change, that's beautiful. But I mean, I think that also shows the fact that that's someone who's putting a lot of that work in. Thank you as well, Melissa. I'm okay. Show me. I'm not internalizing your issues. Up to you. Exactly. Good. Thank you so much, Nikki. Nikki, do I have you on the hold list, dear? I just want to confirm that today. And Akun, thank you so much for the follow. What about Aquarius? Aquarius, here's the thing with Aquarius, Stevie. The thing with Aquarius energy is Aquarius often like to introspect on all the ways that they're messing up. Like the thing, like it is the opposite of Taurus. Like Taurus, Aquarius energy will give you a dissertation on all of the reasons that they're messed up, but then you're like, but what's the conclusion? Like the thing with Aquarius is there's a lot of introspection, there's a lot of dissertation on the reasons why, but like what's the conclusion? No, I know, no, wrap it up. Like anyone who's spoken to an Aquarius, it's like you gotta like throw them a line. You gotta be like, okay, wrap it up. Come on, come on. All right. Um, and thank you so much. Aquarius admitting they're wrong. Yeah, I don't know how. I don't know. Do you? I don't think so. I tend to forget or fall asleep. That is so it. But I mean, and that's the thing about it, and I think like it has a lot to do. And I think the thing that we have to recognize, and I really appreciate this, is that all of the signs to a certain extent have different ways that they navigate criticism, right? And again, it's not the fact that everyone is always the same, but there's always that first blush instinct that you will notice with different sign work. And I'll point out, like, and think things that's kind of beautiful with it. Some signs they want the notes, right? An Aquarius wants the notes, right? Probably says, "Oh no, I already have that note." A Libra will say, a Libra will take the note and then immediately tell you the note's wrong, but they'll take the note, right? They'll take it. They'll take it into consideration. Um, you know, Capricorns, Taurus. you start, there's a little bit more of that. There's a little bit more of that pushback that we often see. But the thing what's beautiful about it is it has to do with the framework of the self and recognizing and identifying how, and I'll tell you right now, like a lot of that work, and these Venus retrograde cycles, like they create those spaces that there's almost like there's almost like too much introspection right now. And I keep on articulating upon this, which is just the fact that we have to be wary of that too, because energy like this is either like projecting outwards or it's navel gazing. You know what I mean? It's like that push to say like it's all your fault or woe is me. So if you're going through this energy right now and you're having breakthroughs, and if you're having breakthroughs in relationship, congratulations, because that's really speaking to the fact that you've got some sign work that's doing a lot to be able not to overly like it's I'll put it this way. Energy like this, and this is why I kept on saying that the Leo full moon was a bit of a dress rehearsal for what we're experiencing now. Um, the ability to come into that woe is me space or everything that's wrong with another is very high right now because of all the discordancy that we're experiencing, right? Hold on a moment. And thank you again for the follow, Akun. Um, Oh God, roast me. I'm a Leo, as you know. I feel like we don't take it well. Here's the thing, Leos, I don't think that's the case. I think that to a certain extent, Leos, it really like the a Leo wants to take the note, um, because a I think that a Leo is in the space of being very empathetic and compassionate for others, right? A Leo will try to explain, right? If something another is receiving from them isn't their intention, like a Leo will start, like that's the thing often, a Leo will start roaring about it because the Leo is going to be try to explain and say, well, that's not what I meant. You know what I mean? Like it's a lot of that. Like a Leo will tell you the story, like will work through the story of what they were experiencing to help clarify any confusion between how they were experienced versus what they intended, right? Sag, here's the thing about, like, Sages will get like Sages will say, okay, yeah. Sages will take the no to such an intensity that it sometimes can be staggering, right? Like that's the thing with Sages is like Sages have an ability of taking a no to such an extent that you're kind of like left like shocked by it because sometimes Sages will accept the note as a form of protection. They'll say, yeah, you're right. And they'll be like, "But I don't think," and you're like, "Oh, you don't think, right?" Like, "Oh, wait, oh, you think that there might," like, you know what I mean? Like, Sages will actually you'll find yourself apologizing for giving the Sages a note. My Taurus hates being told what to do. If I act like I don't care, he'll do it. I mean, that's amazing, Nikki, because that's the first time a Taurus has ever acted like that in all of existence. I mean, oh, did you say Aquarius? Hold on a minute. Did you say Aquarius like feedback? Yeah, I mean, in my like from everything I've like Aquarius, because here's the thing. Aquarius will be able to take it in such a way that they'll say interesting, right? If you give a note to an Aquarius, they'll go, that's interesting, right? They'll want to they'll want to look into it. They'll want to dive in, right? They'll be, it's like they're open to the expansion point and seeing the possibility of something, almost to the point of being frustrating because they get so caught up in the wonder of receiving a note that they forget the point of the what the note was asking for. you know it's so backwards. It can be. Little Vamp, thank you for the follow. Yeah, I'm like a big no, Leos have that tendency, and that's often why often Leos have this thing where they'll say Leos don't apologize because Leos often want to get in the space of explaining. When a Leo apologizes, they often, like Leo's apologies often come in the form of explanation. And the reason that a Leo will apologize via explaining is because the Leo is so conscientious about not trying to create a sense of wrongdoing that if they feel like they've inadvertently wronged someone, they want to immediately clarify and explain what their intention was because they feel like that's a part of facilitating and making it right, if that makes sense. Leo rising, and that rings true for me. Thank you for confirmation, Heather. Pisces sun, part of me, I think deeply, hold on a minute. Pisces sun, part of me, I think deeply internalizes feedback and swirl. No, here's the thing with Pisces, like, Pisces won't say anything when they take a note, but you can see it, you can see everything you need to know about the note in their eyes. You know, that's the thing. When you know a Pisces well, sometimes you're afraid to give them a note because the Pisces won't respond to it. But you gotta suss out. You gotta just look in their eyes and suss out like how deep it went into the well. Like I'm very sorry, but I didn't mean. Yeah, you see, Nikki, you're already doing it, right? I just triggered every. I just trigger. I just mess with every Leo that's in this room right now because Yeah, you're already doing it. Like, "I'm very sorry, I didn't mean it like that. This is what I meant." Yeah, exactly. You're already doing it. You're already in that space. You're already in that space being like, what you experience is not, but, that's why when a Leo intends it, a Leo will be like, "Sorry about that." Like, they'll explain, like, they'll just be like, you know what I mean? Like, it's a lot of that. Spitting straight facts here. I do my best, and again, I like it's an open forum. If you guys feel I'm off on something or your experience differs, by all means. But this is just what I've sussed out. Hashtag Sagittarius, and that's the thing with Sages, man. When a Sag is like, you like, you know, a Sag is like, I guess you're right. I guess I'm awful. No, you're right. No, no, you don't want to talk about it. No, you're right. That must be right. Right? Like that, you're done. You're done. Yeah, you're on point. Thank you, Nikki. Rainbow. Hold on a minute. Uh Cat Moon, part of me keeps straight face with the feedback and adds it to the list. I'm the thing with caps, people you get scared to give a cap you're scared to give a cap a note. Like I feel like straight up you'd be terrified. I'm terrified to give a cap a note because a cap will be like, caps are like, oh yeah. If you look at like my if you look at my dissertation here on Appendix C, if you, oh, you didn't study this? No, I meant that entirely. No, you didn't. No, you don't understand. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like suddenly you'll try to give a cap a note, and the next thing you know, you are in a lecture. Like, you're in a lecture hall. You are in a lecture hall. They're like, I know, no, I know exactly. No, you misunderstood. Let me explain it to you. Right? And I love this because Leos and Caps are very similar like that. This is why Leos and Caps like, because a Leo will be like, oh my God, I am so sorry. Let me explain, right? A Leo's like, oh my gosh, let me hug you with my explanation. A Cap will be like, oh no, you misunderstood. Like, you misunderstood. Let me explain. And everybody's like, and suddenly everybody then, like, like, that's the thing. It's great. I'm always amazed by how they do it. I'm like, here we and Cat Moon. Part of me keeps a straight face with the feedback and adds it to the list. Exactly. Cat Moon then schedules an extra time for feeling feels on the feedback. Oh my gosh, you're dropping the mic on a Cat Moon right there. Luxury, Leo here, Gemini Moon, Pisces rising. Unlearning the explanation during an apology is, I know it's hard. It is very hard, but it is worth it, right? It's important. Yes, exactly. Validation first, explanation after. Beautifully said, right? Like honoring another's journey, but then also coming in. I need to point this out, like, and that's the thing often with Leos. I feel like the space they have to recognize, the Leo feels like the explanation is their form of apology, right? And sometimes if the Leo isn't good at communicating that, if the Leo hasn't learned how to apologize first, sometimes it feels like they're trying to get out of apologizing. It is misinterpreted, right? That's so true. Like, if I'm not explaining, then that's not the problem. And this is a big issue with Leos because Leos don't realize that when Leos get into explaining, what the Leo is doing is they're opening their heart. That's their apology, right? The Leo is saying, I am giving you a heartfelt apology because I'm not just going to say sorry. I'm going to explain to you my experience of it so that you can understand and I can try to heal it. But sometimes those who are experiencing that don't realize that the Leo is literally apologizing in that moment if the Leo doesn't say sorry. And it feels like the Leo is trying to get out of apologizing, right? Instead of understanding that that is the way the Leo apologizes. Yeah, I don't apologize yeah, I don't apologize when I meant it. When I meant it, I'll apologize for the how. If I could have been kinder, exactly, right? So the Leo, like, that's the thing with Leos is they'll some and Aquarius do it too, right? But the difference is Aquarius will do it in the space of immediately like like trying to get to the bottom of something, but Leos are doing it by means of apology. right? Like the Aquarius will do it and it won't feel like an apology. It'll feel like they're trying to understand themselves better, right? It feels more like it feels more like the Aquarius like finding the wonder in experience, but Leos do it by means of sincerity. Oh my God, what if you're a Pisces rising and Leo moon? Well, I mean, here's the thing. Pisces rising, Leo moon, it's fighting against your emotions because you feel everything, right? Um, it's I feel like a lot of that is working on the pathwork of not allowing emotions to get the better of you, or not allowing emotions to block the ability to communicate, right? Where are we? I'd be curious about what that sun sign is. Hold on a minute, just going back. Worth it, Valley. Yep. Hold on a minute. Oh my gosh. Leo sun, Sag rising, Taurus moon. That's a heck of a combo, Audrey. Heck of a combo. You like luxury, I'll tell you that much. I'd be worried about your credit card with those three signs. Someone take Audrey's credit card. Hi there, Garfy. Good to see you, dear. Hope you're having a beautiful day. You're so right. Thank you, Lizzie. Betty, Gemini like Capricorn, but we won't lecture. Not worth it. No, I mean, but no, you are lecturing, but you're just lecturing to yourself. You're having the conversation in your head. If you like someone, you let them in on it. My sister is a Pisces, but Capricorn, Pisces sun, but Capricorn moon. It's a fascinating combo. That is a fascinating combo. That's a seahorse. That's like all seahorse energy, Alexandra. Cat moon, probably extremely nurturing and protective, very maternal. Cat moon has charts and graphs plus footnotes. Yeah. Oh no, no. Cat moon will try to intellectualize their trauma so they don't have to experience it. It's difficult. Maybe my boss is a cat. Don't know their birthday yet. Oh, well, you have to dig around. I can. I'm a nervous system regulation coach, but she can too. She's great. There we go. Calling my capstelium out. Oh, I love a capstelium though. But here's the thing. I love cap energy, man. It's the best. It's the most I mean, I always say this, everyone around, like, it's the most underrated. I call it I call it relic energy. You know, it's the ability of finding the magical in the mundane that is the true force of Capricorn power, and it's often not seen or recognized, but it's absolutely beautiful if you're paying attention. And Queen of Swords, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Hi there, Aloe, Cap Sun, Pisces Moon, and Rising. Constant war. Yeah. But that's the thing. I mean, it's here's the, like, I mean, there's you probably have a lot of emotional sensitivity there, so I can see while it could feel very volatile in that way. Aloe, I am a Pisces sun and a Leo rising, so similar mix. And I got to listen. I got to tell you, everybody right now with Pisces signs, I really want you focusing on self care right now, because I just got to tell you, with all of these planets moving out of Pisces into Aries, I would not be surprised if those with Pisces placements are working through or feeling really triggered with abandonment wounds. And it does not help right now. It does not help that Neptune is also transiting into Aries right now. It's a lot of that. Like, I want to get, like, it feels, I got to tell you, if you're Pisces right now experiencing afterglow energy, it's because, okay, not like, it's because all the planets were chilling out in your house. Like, all the planets were having like a house party in Pisces house, and now they're all moving, and like all the Pisces are feeling this weight. And it's like, it's just give it a minute. Just give it a minute. Just give it a minute. Drink some water. Like, please, 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 please. All right. Me too. High five. Thank you. Hi there, Purr. Good to see you. Hold on a minute. Just reading over. Hi there, Ms. Mena. Aries moon, Pisces rising. You see, this might be good for you right now, Haley. It's going to help right now for those with like Aries placements. like the Aries energy is going to balance out any of the nostalgia or like the heavy depth that like the Piscean energy is going through right now. Aries sun. Hi there, Scorpio sun. Christine, Sag sun, Scorpio moon, Taurus rising. Don't mess with you. I have to be intentional and pause before I respond. Yeah, and I think like yes, for all of us, please do that. For all of us, please do that. Michelle, I'm happy to read for you, dear. If you'd like to get on the list is open. Just a reminder, if anyone wants to get on the list for today, it's 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things they do not read across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. Aries sun, Pisces rising, Leo moon. So again, I feel like the nice thing about that is, and again, here's the thing about it, and I already know, like, the thing to like work through right now is nostalgia, and we're gonna have to do it. We're gonna talk a lot about that in the reading. But I'm telling you, like, if you're feeling like this, like moments, like memories, like yeah, like you're gonna feel like that right now because Neptune's on the move, and it's sentimental, right? When Neptune moves, like we all start crying. it's a lot of it's a lot of emotion coming up. Today is a forest day, feeling pretty grounded, or maybe Delulu. I mean, like, as long look, if it's grounding you, it's okay. If the Delulu is grounding you right now, it's not Delulu. I like to point that out. It's That's healthy, right? It's allowing that space of helping yourself feel safe, seen, and supported. I'm a Leo rising, Aquarius sun, and Sag moon. I mean, that is, I mean, that type of combination, Liz, just makes you like, I want to say like groundbreaking, but a bit of a provocateur, right? Like, it's like all about expansion. Capricorn is so misunderstood. I completely agree, Heather. It's so true. It's so true. There's just so much of that space. Um, it's I always say this, like, and I feel like it's like, I feel like I like the fact that we don't like, I feel like everybody doesn't give it enough credit. It's a beautiful sign. It's a mystical sign. I'm a Leo rising, Aquarius moon, and Sag cap. That's a beautiful, I mean, it's a beautiful combination too. Hi there. Thank you, Too Weird, for those hearts. Neptune being rude. It's not the no, it's not the Neptune. It's not that Neptune is trying to be rude. It's just Neptune can't help but make waves in the emotional space, right? You got to think about it. It's like water. So it's like like you move and everything ripples around you. It's heavy emotion, right? It's like it's a lot of that. All right, since we're doing this, I need your take on my man, Taurus sun, Libra moon, and Gemini rising. I mean, as long as you're on their side, everything will be fine. Um, I mean, there's something. There's the thing with the Libra moon and the Gemini man. That's a heck of a combination around the Taurus sun. Um, because like it's gonna I could see someone who's they probably work very hard on framing an opinion, but once that opinion's set, it is locked. It is locked. It is locked in. Like it is, and it's not because they came toward here's the thing about it. It's not because they just randomly pick things. The reason that Taurus is so stubborn is because they have done all of the weighing. They're like, no, no, no. I have done all of the research. I have done all of the weighing. I've done all of it. They are like balancing their facts. And that's why that's the thing about that. I mean, I'm going to say they're going to be very fair. They're going to be very fair. They're going to hear you out. But it's almost like like it's working into that space. Like you have to come towards them if you want them. Like if you're going to state your case to someone like that, you better have like your facts straight. Is what I'm going to say. It's like it's very judge energy. I would be very surprised if they're not doing something where they have to be like in some kind of judging role. Heather, both of my parents and my sister are Gemini rising. Had to be a lawyer with them. No, yeah, you really do, you know? Natalie, thank you for the follow. Hold on a moment. Just bear with me. I lost my spot. And thank you again. Aries stellium with 2 placements in the 12th house, Jupiter Pisces 12th house. Send help. Just don't like look, I know you're feeling real FO right now. Don't get triggered. Don't get triggered. You're going to feel claustrophobic right now. There's too many planets in your house. It's going to feel like people are stepping on your toes. You're going to want to like it's the thing with Aries is like always remembering that like kindness is a gift. Like kindness is a choice. um Oh, no way. Yeah, she is a talker. My Libra rising is the therapist. There you go. Aries moon. I love an Aries moon though, because an Aries moon will protect the things they care about. I'm a Leo rising, Aquarius moon, and Sag Cap. Hold on a minute. I'm a Leo rising, Aquarius moon, and Sag Cap, cusp sun. But that's beautiful energy there. Like everything for you is about honor and ideals. You know, I'm a Libra rising and can confirm. Yep. Nostalgia. So good to know where oh no, and this is the thing about it right now, right? And we're gonna talk about it in the reading. It's heavy on the nostalgia, right? Pisces coming into Aries right now. It's gonna be really easy to be nostalgic for things, having a clarity on reality, remembering how things are instead of the fact that like, look, the past is beautiful because the past is the past because everything's beautiful and nothing hurt. Aries is kind of like moving into Aries is saying like, well, like get you like, well, like, it's like it's very I told you what some of the argumentation points might be right now, right? Someone being like memories and another person being like, that's not what happened. You know? That makes sense. My fourth house, first is Pluto and North Node, all Libra. Get it? Happy spring solstice to you as well, Liz. And thank you, Amy, for those hearts. Okay. Neptune trying to help. No, I mean, it's not that Neptune trying to help, but Neptune can't help it. You know? Like I like to like everything every time I read for Neptune energy, it's always like Neptune moves and the world cries because like it's so like it's like emotions, right? There's waves. Yeah, it's Poseidon. Yep, responsible for yeah. Again, it's like um thank you. Hi there, Crystal. Hold on, I lost my spot. Right, I want to play. I I know my sign is oh, you don't know your stuff. You know your sign Sag and moon is Libra. Well, you can go online like Cafe Astrology is a great one and you can put in your information and get the sign work. But I like, here's the thing, like I like to point out like I feel like Sag sun and Libra moon, I always see that as like Archer energy, right? Because like the Sag takes the Libra energy and turns it into an arrow. So it's a lot of that space of making sure that you don't like, working, like you have to work very hard and not in keeping scales balanced and not using things in your favor. Yes, he's literally like two different personalities sometimes, though. Crazy energy. Oh no, I can see it. Well, no, I mean, I feel like when you say almost all, like literally, like yeah, with Libra and Gemini, that's someone who has a tendency of moving between polarities with a lot of ease. You know, they're like their own good cop, bad cop. You know? How do I find out my rising sun and moon? I know I'm a Libra. So Adam, as I mentioned, you can go online. I like, I suggest Cafe Astrology because it doesn't cost anything. And you can just put in your sign work and it'll bring you up a full chart workup. All right. Hi there, Scooby. Gemini plus Libra can sometimes struggle with on it. No, absolutely. Would rather go along and get along. No, that's very true. It's a very, very good point you bring there, Scooby. What was interesting about that like that particular combination, that had a Taurus sun though, which was what I was saying about the fact that, like, saying don't come to them unless you have your facts straight, because once they lock in on something. Like, they're not going to make waves, but they don't tell them the wrong. Autumn, birthplace, and time. There are calculators online. Exactly. Thank you, Nikki, for clarifying. Don't get triggered. Okay, had not thought of that before. I get it. Working on it. No problem, Heather. No, listen, I'm going to say that to everybody right now. Okay, with all these planets in Aries, do not get triggered. Okay, do not get triggered. Don't even get triggered in your dreams, because Aries is also in like Aries is Mars is in Cancer right now, so it's also like, even, you can't, like, the dream space is probably a very volatile place right now. I would also like to point out I do dream interpretations, so if you need some help right now interpreting some of those wacky dreams you're having, I'm here for it. Sun, oop, hold on a minute, lost you, Stevie. Give me a minute. Bum, ba, bum. Hi there, Gracie. Gracie, if you are looking for a full reading, all you have to do is get on the list. I'll be happy to do a reading for you. But we're just having a quick chat before we get started on the Daily Collective. Hi there, Bethany. Good to see you too. All right. Um, Sun, Sag, Cap. Listen to me. I adore the Sag Cap cusp. I love it. I love it. It's one of my favorites. Pisces moon, Taurus rising. That's beautiful. That's beautiful stuff right there. You're so welcome, Crystal. And Wendy, thank you for the follow, and thank you for sharing the live. Balance has been my life goal. Well, I mean, again, like, working in that space, if you're doing that way, usually, I mean, often when we see those, when there are energies that are working really hard on balance, it's very common to see sign work of Gemini or Libra somewhere in their placements, right? Because balance becomes a priority. Alexandra, moon, sun in Taurus, Libra rising. Buying myself flowers is mandatory. No, but here's the thing, you're very good at figuring out what you need, right? Like, you're very good. Like, I like the Taurus Libra, because it's like, I deserve a little treat. It's like, and the Libra goes, you do. I'm a Sag sun and Gemini moon. That's beautiful. That's that's like, I'm my own best company kind of energy, Alex. I can confirm that. Virgo, Sag, Cancer. Hold on a minute. Ooh, Virgo, Sag, Cancer. That's like some deep water there, right? There's a lot of that. That's very it's very dreamy, right? But, like, it's very dreamy, but with, like, hidden dreams in there. There's some hidden dreams in there. I know the dreams have been wacky right now. I know. I'm telling you, and I would not be surprised right now if the dreams that you're having are about overcrowding or feelings of conflict. There's too many planets right now in Aries, and then Mars is in Cancer. So it's like a lot of those feelings of conflict, or feeling a lot of that, like, that crowded energy, or feeling frustrated, running around, like, it's going to be in the dream space as well. Is that why I can't sleep? Yeah, so we were talking about this. So what's interesting, Sadie, is when all the planets were in Pisces, probably hard to get up, right? When the planets were all sitting around in Pisces, it might have been hard getting up. Aries are hard staying down, right? When the planets are in Pisces, it's hard to get up, because it's like, just feel very drowsy. But Aries is light sleeping, right? It's not feeling like you're getting a full night's rest, because they're warriors, right? Warrior energy. It's like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like the slightest sound. Nice. Thank you, Wen. Actually, Sin, can I get a dream interpretation? Yes, I believe you're on the hold list, right, dear? I'm happy to add you on the list today if you'd like me to get you on the list. I'll get on the list, but could also, yeah, if you want to do 2 readings, absolutely. And again, if you want to do, so the one thing I'll say, if you guys are putting in for dream interpretation readings, if when you send the donation, you just want to put the dream there, because I know sometimes this app is not ideal to put the full dream. Also, let me know in the comments if you're comfortable with me reading your dream out loud. So I always like to get consent if you send me a message before I share it. But also for those who are subscribers, if you're a subscriber and would like a dream interpretation reading, make sure that you can have also, if you go to our Discord, you can post the dream there when you put in for the reading, and you can just tell me it's on the Discord, and I'll go ahead and read the dream from there. Hi there, gorgeous. Amen. Right back to you. And Amy, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Sophia, thank you for sharing the live. Grand Rising, Elisa, so good to see you today. Hold on a minute. Boo, boo, boo. Keep losing my spot. Hi there, Angel. Loving this conversation. Pisces, Scorpio, Sag here. Here's the thing with that, Angel. You try to come across as sweet. You try to come across sweet as pie, but with that type of combination, not so sweet. That's a lot of this. That's a lot of that. Who, me? Who, me? Like, hi there, Ella. Good morning. Vision, Leo sun, Scorpio moon, Aquarius rising. Life's crazy. No, I can imagine. I feel like the Scorpio energy right now for you is going to be doing the heavy lifting, right? I feel like the Scorpio moon's going to be like no crying in baseball kind of energy right now to the Leo and Aquarius. I'm very emotional too. I mean, listen, this energy right now, it's going to get emotional. I'm going to tell you, I feel like this Neptune's crossing from Pisces into Aries, like big feelings. It's big feelings, you know? Balance is my vibe. Gemini, Libra, and Virgo. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Are you kidding, Betty? Wow. Yeah. But here's the thing. You prioritize fairness above all, I feel like but here's the thing. A lot of that Virgo is working through like blockages as it relates to perfection. Remembering that, perfection is a cardinal direction, right? Don't allow perfect to get in the way of done. Glad we all agree. Exactly, Alexandra. Taurus goes, I deserve a little treat. And Libra goes, you do. You do. Oh, thank you, gorgeous. That's really kind of you to say. My only Taurus placement is in Chiron in 10th house Aries. So trying to teach myself treats are okay. I have like no Taurus placements. Right. Yeah, but that's the thing. You've got it in a complicated space, Heather. Yeah, like I've got like no Taurus placements, and I'm like, okay. I'm just like, whatever. Hi there, Badak. Leo rising with Sun, Venus, and Neptune in 5th house Sag, Cancer moon, 12th house, Mars Cap 6-8. Feels crazy. Yeah, now it's going to feel crazy for you. Yeah, I mean, listen, this is, and I got to tell you right now, I know this energy feels really heavy. I know it really packs in a wallop. I think it's going to be a little bit easier. I keep on seeing it's a little bit easier right now for those with Leo placements. It's a little bit easier right now for those with Aries placements. It's going to be hard for those right now with Pisces placements or Aquarius placements because it's like it's working through the realm of ideal. And it's remembering that situations or circumstances are never ideal. Ideal is what we do with circumstances or situations. It's like that the time, like the work being is not seeking ideal, but being ideal, right? Like that's what's so rough right now. Yes, dreams with too many people in the same room. No, and I'm thinking you all weren't invited. I'm telling you, Aries house is too crowded right now. Like Aries is in dreamland over in Cancer, and all the planets are hanging out in their house. It's like, and then Aries is like, what are you guys doing in my house? And thank you, Bad, for the follow. And Dob, thank you for the follow. Oh, are you on the hold? Hold on. I have a Nicole on the hold list. So I just want to confirm. And if you give me your last name, I can confirm. No, don't give me your last name here. Please don't do that. If you give me the first, I told you, give me your social security. No. If you give me the first letter of your last name, I can confirm if you're on the hold list. But I was, Nicole, are you the Nicole I was talking to over email? Hold on a minute. I don't know. It's okay, Nikki. Hi there. Absolutely. Pour into yourself right now. And here's the thing, it's okay right now to pour into yourself. If you're feeling rough right now, and I'm telling you, during this Venus retrograde cycle, like start in the space of compassion for the self. Let it expand to those around you. My South Node is in Aries in ninth house, then MC Aries with 10th South Aries. So Aries like everyone, and Eris Aries like everyone else. That's a lot of Aries energy. But I mean, again, I always like to point out that those like with Aries, with a lot of Aries energy, have to work very hard in terms of not being triggered, right? Not being too reactive. That's what's always difficult with a heavy Aries space, right? While as again, for those with like Libra, like trying to stay in balance, feeling amazing. Aquarius, Aries, Gemini, feeling amazing as of late. But and I would say that what's interesting about that is I'm sure that the Aries, like I said, like the Aries is probably helping in that way, because I keep on seeing that this is a little bit more, Aries is ready for it. You know what I mean? And I have to point out we had an Aries retrograde, right? We had a Mars retrograde for months now. So we went from having like no like force of Mars to now there being too much. It's like too many slices. I really do. But the voice in my head, yep, there it is, Angel. Yep, I get it. You got the Pisces energy that goes like, yeah, love. And then the other energy goes, "Mm." I have my birth chart, however, I don't understand it. Well, again, I always point out going to a good astrologer to have your chart read is always deeply helpful. And I always need to stress this, I am not an astrologer. If you ever want recommendations on astrologers, you can message me. I've got like I can always recommend them. I look into astrology to understand what I'm reading energetically. Like I always seek out the source of truth in terms of what I read for. So it's interesting because I'm always appreciative of astrologers, because an astrologer can look at a chart and understand things that are beyond my grasp. I look at energy and say, I need to go reference the astrology to figure out what the heck I'm seeing here. Hi there, Adrian. Gemini, Sun, Cat, Moon, and Rising. Feeling lost. Yeah, because, and I think that's probably because I want you to work right now in building intention for yourself. Write down what those ideals are. Let this be some time where you build upon goal setting to help navigate, right? Because I keep on seeing that a time like this right now for sign work like that is feeling like you're seeking direction, right? So if you can't seek the direction outside the self, build it from within. Queen of Swords, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Thank you for confirmation, Vision. I'm a Leo Sun, Scorp Moon, Libra Rising, so I feel you. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the live. I dreamed about ants stuck on my scalp and I couldn't get them off, and then I woke up. Oh my gosh. Well, I'll be happy to read for that. But I'm also like that really feels like your Uranus and Taurus dream, because I'm telling you, like Uranus and Taurus, like everything gets on our nerves. Things like little things like, you know what I mean? Like I can't reach it kind of thing. Capricorn, Virgo, and Scorpio, you just get things done, and feelings never get in the way of it. You know what needs to get done. You get really annoyed by everyone else because it's like it doesn't have to be that complicated. You just, but you also have to work on not turning off your feelings. All right. Fire, water, and air. It's a lot. Yeah. My moon and Mars are flipped from yours in the same houses. All right. No, I'll take it. Kidding. And thank you, user 211, for the follow. Mars goes into Leo April 18th. Hang in there. I think it's going to help, you know? And I gotta say, that's the thing. It feels like there's a lack of compassion right now. And I think that there's something really beautiful about the fact that, as I mentioned, we had that Leo full moon. And then like you mentioned, we're going back into Leo, like this is a lot of work in terms of finding compassion for the self, finding compassion for others. And I know if I'm saying that right now and you're like cringing, you're like, no, I'm like, then you need it more. Like that. If you're saying to me, if I'm saying compassion is the solution and you're cringing and running away from it, more compassion there. There it is. There it is. That's what we're talking about here. All right. You'll take your compassion and you'll like it. All right. And thank you for the and thank you as well, Ella. I haven't had dreams in years. Recently I started dreaming. That's wonderful, Edith. I'm glad to hear that. That might have had to do I would be curious to know if it happened when Pluto moved into Aquarius, which happened around the start of the year. Because Pluto in Capricorn was very good at compartmentalizing things, putting things in the unconscious that you can't see. Pluto in Scorpio is like, nope, everything's on the table. And Amy, thank you for sharing the live. All right. And thank you for the follow, Moonlit. All right, and thank you, Scorpio, Libra, Aries. I like that combo. Again, you're like Scorpio, Libra, Aries is like gives me a lot of that like you can't sit with us, and you being like whatever gave you any thought that I wanted to, like, what gave you any impression that I wanted to. All right. Hi, I'm a Leo. Can you feel any connection for me? And I'm very happy to do any readings in terms of the connections I feel upon you. All of those are done in a personal reading. Speaking of which, if you guys would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Also, the first person on the list for today will always have an additional card in their reading. Also, we're doing 2 giveaways today. The first reading giveaway we'll be doing is I will be doing a reading giveaway when we get to, hold on, when we get to 50K likes. So I wish you guys a lot of, keep on tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time, and then I'll be doing a random drawing, and I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. We are also going to be doing a reading giveaway to whoever gives the highest gift between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're aiming to win that as well. I also want to let you guys know of a couple of updates before we get started on today's daily collective reading. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who attended our class this week on the justice card. Speaking about balance, if you would like, even if you missed the live class, never fear. For if you are a paid subscriber to my Substack, the class is now available to paid subscribers. You don't have to be there for the present live class. This is why we offer it for those who are across different time zones or in other countries. You, as a monthly subscriber to my Substack, you have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church class library. So if you are one of the members of our class program and you missed the class, it is now available up for you to receive. And our next class will be held on Wednesday, April 16th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on, and I'm very excited for this class, the Hanged Man. If you would like to take part in that class, all you need to do is become a paid subscriber to my Substack. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a monthly subscriber, as I mentioned, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Archive. It's not necessary to catch up on all the classes. I do my best in each class to give you an update or give you a little bit of bring you up to speed on what we've studied in each class prior to that point. You will also, as a monthly subscriber, have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions you may have in relation to anything that we've studied thus far or are currently studying. And if you become a founding member to my Substack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you will also receive in full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library Archive. You will also have access to a one-on-one mentorship class with me, wherein I will meet with you personally and assess where you are on your tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in those classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events, my collaborations, as well as my online live schedule. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my clients that seek more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm also very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a discounted rate on 4 readings, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings. These can be purchased per dream or as a package. I do encourage that if you purchase the dream interpretation reading package, that you start to keep a dream journal, as we will be utilizing the dream journal in our sessions, and I'll be utilizing the tarot to understand the key messages and themes coming towards you in the dream space. That said, the list is open. If you would like to get on the list, it is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Things in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. Also, if you're joining us across any of the other apps, welcome. You can also get on the list via my tree that has links in it in my bio. I am going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading, but we are going to get started just in a few moments on that daily collective. Hi there, Blue Virgo. Good to see you today. Thank you for the compliment, Haley. It started after the lunar eclipse. What started after the lunar eclipse, Edith? You got me. I haven't had dreams in years. Oh, it happened after the lunar eclipse, the one we just had. Intriguing. Well, we're seeing that there's a lot of this like again, that we're in the midst of eclipse season, so there's a lot of this feeling of amplification. And I keep on describing this eclipse season is hitting a little different, because it's amplifying at a moment that feel things like, I like to describe it. It started amplifying it like a discordant note, if you will. All right. It seems like you would have had, it seems like you would have profound inner experiences. Love it. In relationality to what, Alexandra? Yeah, actually, I haven't looked into that deeper. I want to ask Sin. What do you want to ask? Are we gonna have a reading on it? We're doing 2 readings today, right? Annette, good to see you. I will join. Thank you. I will join your class and get a reading. I'm 76 and it's midnight here. You are up late, Annette. Again, if you would prefer to have a private reading with me, you can do so, and you can book one on my site, and you can join the classes at any time. But thank you so much. And thank you for spending your evening with me. Don't stay up too late. All right. Hi there, Nikki. What does it mean if my Scorpio moon is in my first house? So when it comes to the thing with Scorpio energy that I like to point out is, and this is my take on it. So I think the thing with Scorpio energy that's really intriguing is it has to work. It's finding comfortability in the uncomfortable, right? And I actually, the way I look at houses is interesting, because I often look at houses very much like kind of like Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Like we start with the primary needs, and then we move down them to a certain extent. So, when it comes to, like, when I see like first house in Scorpio, like my personal take on it is always like working through, like, one of the priorities of the lesson work that you're here to work through is recognizing that you have to be uncomfortable if you want to change. That there's no way you can have a seamless transition into something, right? It's like transformation processes feel hideous. They feel awful. But that it's being able to allow oneself to feel the awfulness, right? That allows us that capability to transform, you know? So to me, like when I see that in the first house, is like says to me like one of the first things that you might have had to learn in like an early point in your life was that change is uncomfortable but often necessary, you know? And thank you so much, Mary, for the follow. And thank you for those gifts. Oh my God, Sin, I was just teaching someone about Maslow's hierarchy of needs. What the heck? There we go. Let that serve as confirmation. Well, apparently you know all about it, right? There you go. Oh my gosh, I have Scorpio in my first house too, right? Yeah, change is uncomfortable. First lesson. First lesson, change is uncomfortable. As I mentioned, and you know, yes, it so resonated. Thank you. And you might have, and here's the thing: those with like first house placement Scorpios, it's hard to have first house placement Scorpio because you might get very frustrated at those around you that haven't learned that lesson yet. You had to learn it very early on. So when you see someone who's like, I want to change, but they're not doing anything to put them to get them to step outside their comfort zone, like it's very hard for you to be like, like you can't say you want to change. You have to be willing to experience the uncomfortability of change, right? Because for me, when I see those like the first house placement, it's like you had to learn very early on that there's no change, that no change can come without the ability to navigate the discomfort. Yeah, and so you might have a hard time resonating. Those with first house placement Scorpio may have a hard time like resonating with others because they may look at you and you'll be like, you can't, you don't sentimentalize it, right? You can't sentimentalize it. You're like, why are you talking about changing instead of changing? Because you're not afraid. You're not afraid because they're afraid. And you're like, you learned very early on not to be afraid of it. You learned to welcome it, you know? Um, yep, you see, that is so thank you for confirmation, Moonlit. That is so true. And that's the thing, like it's hard for those with first place. You have to recognize, and I need to point this out. Scorpio is the death card. Like, so when someone with first house placement is looking at someone and being like, "Why are you complaining?" You know, sometimes like because it's like this first house place in Scorpio is like you just have to be ready to unalive. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, you just have to be ready. Like you just like you know you're not afraid of that process. You're not afraid of that work that it takes to like shed the old self to allow the new one to emerge, right? So you might be a little you might be a little intense for some people. The Blackfeet model assumed community supported individuals, so lowest level was finding your purpose. Oh, and as you move up the triangle, more about giving back others to help others back to basic needs. That's a very thank you, Heather, for that notes. That's very intriguing. Well, that's the thing, like, and that's the thing. When we look at it to a certain extent, we can understand the prioritization point of the lessons that someone needs to work through, right? They have different impact depending on that order. Maslow flipped that into an individualistic model. That's very intriguing. Thank you so much for that beautiful note, Heather. And I think that that's interesting too because we're talking about what it is that we talk a lot about that here, like what it is that one prioritizes. Thank you. That said, friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective. But as I mentioned, if you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. Also, we always do a giveaway when we get to 50K likes. I'll be doing a random drawing and gifting a reading back to the collective. Friends, we're already at 15K. So make sure you're tapping that screen throughout the daily collective. Hopefully we'll reach 50K before we come to the conclusion of the daily collective. We're also doing a giveaway today. Whoever gives the highest gift between now and the conclusion of the daily collective will also receive a free reading. So I wish you a lot of luck in winning that as well. It was fascinating to learn. I think this is a key to the bitter world. I think it's a beautiful perception and something very important and vital to recognize. I'm definitely diving into research today about it. Thank you guys for supporting each other. Alexandra, funny enough, it's coming up today so much because the last 2 weeks I've been addressing it. Well, let this message be in alignment of that as well. And thank you for those gifts, Rainbowtism. So we are going to get started on that daily collective read. Before we begin, I am going to step away for a few minutes. And when we get back, when I come back, we're going to get started on the daily collective. But as I mentioned, the list is open. And if you would like to get on the list for today, you will be the first person read for. The first person on the list each day always receives an additional card in the reading. I'll be back in just a moment and we'll get started with that daily collective. Okay, let's get started. All right. Where were we? All right, and heads up, Minnie, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. That said, if you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who would like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. And that said, just bear with me one more moment and we'll begin. There we go. All right, why don't we get started? Oop, hold on a minute. Please hold. Mercury's in Gatorade, so we need a minute. There we go. All right. Welcome, everyone. Happy Friday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Friday, March 21st, 2025. What do we have coming through in the cards for today? May I please have the first two cards in our 5-card spread? First two cards we are starting our day off with today are the Five of Pentacles in its reversal in combination with the Star card in its reversal. Let's talk a little bit about this energy because it's not great. I'm gonna like I have like my professional opinion right now on the energy is that it's not great. It doesn't feel great. It's uncomfortable. Now, the thing about it you have to recognize is, and if you're feeling crabby right now, if you're feeling annoyed, if you're feeling like vulnerable, I'm gonna walk you through a little bit of what we're experiencing right now to help you identify why you may be feeling a little out of sorts. Okay. I know I sound like a little bit of a broken record here on it, but I'm going to keep on affirming this because as we've got a few more days left navigating through this eclipse season. And the thing is like, typically the eclipses, they're amplifiers, right? They don't bring something forward that isn't there. They just make it's like the volume knob on everything gets raised up. Now, the thing about it is we entered this eclipse cycle at a moment that was not ideal because we were working through a Venus in retrograde, and a Venus in retrograde makes everything look worse than it is. Okay, here's that Venus in retrograde. Everything looks worse than it is, right? And at the same time, We've got that Virgo full moon that demands everything be perfect, right? So we've got those two chords that do not work they don't work in they feel oppositional to each other, right? We've got this energy that's going the whole Venus retrograde cycle going, everything is ugly, everything is ugly. The Virgo full moon that goes, everything must be perfect, everything must be perfect, and there we are in the thick of it. That's why it's really important right now. And you'll remember that one of the things we talked about before we entered this month is finding that anchor within the self, right? Because when we feel like we have clarity upon ourselves, right? When we look towards ourselves and we appreciate where we are, it makes it easier to navigate cycles of this nature because we're not looking outside the self for external validation. And I just got to tell you right now, the difficulty point with energy like this, especially with the combination of the Venus in retrograde with the Virgo full moon, it can create um, distortion points as it relates to those spaces or places of feeling like one has that over amplification of seeking validation outside of the self, right? We've also got that like Mercury retrograde energy. So that's why I keep on getting the overarching message right now that compassion for the self right now is key. Patience with the self right now is key, right? Not getting overly amplified, right? Not working in that space of being too hard on the self, because a lot of this energy that we're experiencing, it can make something small feel like it's bigger, right? But when we find that ability of calibrating through that, we can often find that in the midst of that having a breakthrough. Now, this is having a different impact depending on where one finds oneself on the frequency cycles. For masculine and feminine energy that is in separation right now, I keep on seeing that I keep on hearing there's a lot of chapters closing and a lot of chapters opening, right? That there's something, and everything I keep on seeing for a lot of the energy and separation has to do with the perception and understanding of what feels like it has direction, right? And one of the reasons we're seeing this right now, and one of the reasons I keep on feeling like there's something important about that, is because this is being even more amplified right now by the fact that not only did we have a lot of the energy of Pisces moving into Aries, right? We've also got Neptune right now that's moving into Aries. And often that Neptune energy can deal a lot with the realm of the sentiment, right? Building into that space of feeling very sentimental, you know? But this same force, like what is a lot of the pain points that we're recognizing here, that um and I keep on hearing this coming through. One can hold a lot of emotions for something and still provide direction, right? That sometimes it is that momentum that we create in emotionality that allows us to speak from our heart space, right? So I keep on hearing that a lot of this, like I keep on getting like a lot of this like Neptune full moon is having like a lot of heartfelt conversations. It's very similar to some of the work that we saw during that Leo full moon cycle. Um, and I think that there's something that is happening here that is really important to um, there's something I'm seeing that's happening here that is really important because and I keep on hearing actions and intentions, right? Um, why is there something that's coming through right now based or built upon actions or intentions? Um, because and we talked a lot about this here. One of the reasons that we heal from trauma is so that our love feels like love, right? That often the places or spaces that trauma is created, it's not because of a lack of care. Sometimes care is the problem, right? When we care about things, but we're not conscientious about how another receives it, often our care may feel like hurt, right? Often that care may not feel like we aspire or desire it to feel. So that's why I keep on seeing that there's a lot of emotionality that I see is happening right now in separation. And it almost feels like it feels like a whale. And it's like it feels like a whale because it's like it's sad, it's like it's heavy, but it moves forward because this is the energy. I either see new energetic connections that are forming, speaking about the nature of wounds or trauma that occurred under those circumstances, right? Not looking at something and saying that the lack of love was what ended something, but the observation of the fact that when we're not in a healing space, we can have a lot of feelings for someone, but what we give them does not feel like the thing that we feel inside of ourselves, right? Like it's like there's a lot of that like space of something being lost in translation, right? Because that's what effectively trauma creates, right? Trauma is created where the emotionality or depth of our emotion is such that it doesn't feel the way that we intend it to because we're focused too much on our own personal feeling instead of the observation of the feeling around us, right? And so I see there's a lot of that healing that's happening here because there's almost the energy that's holding one another in those spaces, right? Like having like I keep on hearing like having to heal not from a lack of love, but from a love that was but from emotion that was what was there but was not intentional in terms of what was being given, right? At the same time, I see some like situations from the past potentially rising up here as well. I'm going to just say I'm going to put it this way. I'm not the type of person to frequently say something is coming back, right? But I will say that something that we're reading here, like especially with a lot of this Neptune, like when like Neptune moves, it can be very nostalgic, like nostalgia inducing. And the fact that we see that Neptune is moving out of Pisces into Aries, I feel like there's a lot of that space of trying to get emotions like off the chest. But again, the calibration point is identifying and recognizing what effectively feels like an expansion point, right? Like what feels like it is articulating upon what one like the expansiveness of what another feels versus something that has direction, right? Because when we care, like again, when we're intentional with our emotions, we don't just expound upon what we feel, but we provide the direction along beside it. So that's why I keep on seeing there's like, especially for energy and separation, if you're feeling like you're being like pulled apart to a certain extent, like that's a lot of that I keep on seeing. Like there's a lot of that work that's happening right now, working through nostalgia. Now for the energy coming into divine union, I see that same feeling of nostalgia, but there's something really vital and important that's happening there, because I'm just seeing that for a lot of the energy coming into divine union, being able to look upon something that used to look upon something that used to cause pain, and being able to see something and almost reminisce, but in a way that doesn't hurt. This is where some of that healing is coming through, right? Because there's something about that where energy is looking back upon the past version of self and seeing something they couldn't see before. It's healing insofar as recognizing the change. Now, for masculine and feminine deep within divine union right now, this is why I keep on feeling there's a lot of this pathwork of determination or resilience, right? Because it's not about how one feels, it's about what one feels one needs to do. Like, and we talked a little bit about this here. And I have a feeling the reason that we keep on seeing the energy deep within divine union like this right now is because um, Gemini and Aries, much like energy in Virgo, feels the same way, which is like often they appreciate the fact of saying feelings have nothing to do with it, right? It's the understanding that sometimes, when we're in a space of trying to do things, it's not about, it's not about working in the space of emotions. It's almost allowing for that expansiveness as it relates to possibilities. So I keep on seeing that It's working through frustration right now, but in a way that feels like it's and I want to and this is why, and I'm going to tell you right now, for masculine, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to, this is working through abandonment wounds, right? For feminine, this is working through being too hard on the self, right? Like that's what I see is difficult here. But I feel like the nice thing about it is, and I already know what this card's going to be. We've got two cards coming out right now. Compassion, right? It's compassion for the self with the 10 of Pentacles in its reversal in combination with the 4 of Swords, right? There's a lot of this energy here. I keep on seeing it's worrying. There's a lot of over this and it's hard to explain, but I told you, like, the Venus in retrograde cycles sometimes create this like cracked mirror or funhouse mirror kind of vibe where everything looks worse than it is, or the perception of the self looks worse than it does. So working through that to a certain extent, right? Not, I keep on hearing, not work like there's a lot of work, there's a lot of healing to be done right now in the space of not seeking external validation for the self, right? And when we're in that space, it can be very difficult, right? Because if we're too much in that space of seeking the personal validation, periods like this can feel very arid or dry to a certain extent because we see all of that energy moving out of Pisces into Aries. That's why I keep on telling you guys, now is not the time to be triggered. Okay? Now is not the time, if you're feeling that weight, to give it forth in the same way, because I'm telling you there's a distortion point that's happening right now in the realm of perception of the self, and especially as it relates to the validation to the self. So when we're experiencing a lot of this quagmire, it's really important to move forward with intentionality of the self. Fourth and fifth cards in our 5 card spread for today are our 10 of Cups in its upright in combination with our Ace of Wands in its reversal. So this is, I told you, like, this is compassion being the, and I got to tell you, the thing about this energy that we're seeing right now is it feels like it's very hard to find compassion. It may be feeling like you're finding a hard time finding compassion outside the self. But that's why, again, when we lead forth with compassion, we create compassion in our wake, right? When we lead forth with compassion, we create compassion in our wake. So I just keep on seeing that ability of doing so, right? Like, this is actually like a bit of the challenge point right now, because we were dwelling so much in the space of emotions, and now we're moving into that Aries energy, which is very arid and very dry. To be able to bring that compassion with us as we move, and not feeling that need of doing so from an external point, but more from the space of identifying and holding the compassion to the self. This is how we heal right now, right? It's not easy, but it starts with the self. Continuing to get clarification between our 5 of Pentacles in its reversal in combination with our Star card in its reversal. We got all these extra cards coming out right now. We've got here our Ace of Pentacles in its upright in combination with our 7 of Wands in its reversal. So how do I describe this best? For a lot of the energy right now in separation, like, I keep on hearing this, the word that the watchword that just keeps on coming through across all of the energy and separation is direction, 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 right? And this is a culmination of the work that we saw, which is the combination force of the Piscean energy, like all that Pisces energy that we experienced at the start of the year, right? With a lot of that feeling of energetic shifting, right? Because I keep on hearing the same thing. Having an expansiveness of emotions should not cloud direction, right? The expansiveness of emotion should clarify direction. When we feel a lot of emotions, they build into the space of being able to create that path for work for one another. So everything I keep on seeing for a lot of the energy and separation, and this is what I keep on seeing even now, if there's something about another articulating or expanding upon the enormity or depth of emotion that they feel for another, I just keep on seeing that the energy that's in a healed space is looking at that and saying, yes, but you can also move that in a place of direction, right? It doesn't it doesn't just feel like a moment of, I keep on seeing, languishing in the space of emotions, indulging in the feeling of something, right? Feels good is the moment that we experience, that we feel the weight of something that we embody, and then we feel the restoration in understanding the direction that it's headed towards. And this is why sometimes the trauma that we create around love is something that feels good but isn't good, because it feels good. There's a lot of feeling there, but no clarity. Like, this is often how those wounds form. It doesn't happen from a lack of love. It happens from the space of understanding that the healthy love that we give to one another is, provides its own context of direction, right? The intentionality and mindfulness of what we give forth and how it is received. Now, for a lot of the energy right now, that's why I keep on hearing there's new energetic connections that are forming right now. And what's so painful is this isn't the energy that hasn't been loved. This is the energy that is articulating to another and saying, no, the wounds that I'm carrying are not from a lack of love. It is from a lack of intentional love. It is from a love that was more from the space of serving another, but not being attentive towards the desire of the counterpart, right? Because when we're in that space of just doing things that feel good, right, instead of being in that place of attentiveness or intentionality, right? Sometimes it's that moment of saying, like, almost you need, like, I feel like the energy saying, I'm recovering from too much love. I see some energy going, I'm recovering from too much love that didn't feel like love. Um, while for masculine and feminine coming into divine union, this is the clarity of potentially looking back and seeing something in that way, right? Like a lot of, and I keep on seeing there's like a lot of mindfulness that's occurring in some spaces in terms of looking back upon something with clarity. And that's why I keep on hearing, like, this is almost like a wound is being created in that moment. And we talk about this. Here's the thing with healing. Sometimes we discover new wounds in the process. Sometimes we see things about the self that we couldn't see before, right? The clear eye is not one that just sees sunshine and rainbows. The eye that is clear sees, like I keep on seeing, sees the unintentional harm that we sometimes cause when we weren't in a healthy space or place, right? And being able to navigate that, I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy coming into divine union, I keep on hearing, like, the way that they're navigating those wounds is they're holding it sacredly. They're utilizing that same path work of navigating those lessons by articulating upon that. And I can see that even now, that ability of doing so is allowing for that level or degree of openness with counterpart that says, like, and this is why we build upon authenticity, because when we feel like we're authentic with ourselves, it's something that we can share with another. And I keep on seeing that there's some energetic connections. I told you this was warrior partnerships that were forming during that Aries retrograde. For a lot of those energies that are coming into that are in divine union, this is the energy that says to one another, never did I feel strong enough to be able to embrace myself like I am in counterpart connection with you. And in the moment that I'm able to embrace myself and feel my authenticity, I can see all of the wounds I created in moments that I was inauthentic, right? And so there's something, again, there's a lot of sacredness that's occurring in those journeys. While for masculine and feminine that are deep within divine union right now, I just keep on identifying that for a lot of that energy deep within divine union, um, there's something really, I want to say, there's something incredibly vital and important in recognizing and identifying that pathwork of determination. And that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now, deep within divine union, that ability of working through, I keep on hearing, like, shedding the layers of the self to find the true authentic self. Like this is a lot of that energy right now, utilizing or working through this space, and not flinching away from that, but almost investing in it deeper, right? Continuing to get clarification between our star card in its reversal, in combination with our four of swords in its reversal, in combination with our 10 of pentacles in its reversal. Not ideal. I'll tell you right now, the energy does not feel ideal. There it is. Yep, the nine of wands in its upright. When situations and circumstances are not ideal, it gives us the opportunity to become the ideal, right? And this is why we talk a lot about the fact that we don't, you know, when we're on the healing journey, often we stop finding excuses for reasons to do things or reasons to behave that feel like they're out of accordance with ourselves, right? Because we talk a lot about this here, and this is coming through really strongly right now. You know, when we say to ourselves, oh, I did that in a moment that I was hurting, right? The energy that gives themselves the edict and says, when I'm hurting, I can do anything. The energy that says, if I'm hurting, I can do anything, will unconsciously look for reasons to be hurt so that they can do anything, right? It's an unhealthy, it's an unhealthy reason. You can't like that. Like I keep on hearing, healing is not exclusive to what occurs to you, right? Healing is not exclusive to what occurs, right? Because when we get in that space, it's like the message just keeps on coming through on this, and this is because Neptune is moving. But like, you know, when we say, like, again, it's a ripple effect, right? And again, Neptune often deals with the unconscious, so that's why this message is coming through very strongly. When we say to ourselves, well, I did that at a time I was hurting, right? The energy, like that modality of even coming out of that space, understanding that pain does not give a reason to create pain. Because if you say to yourself, if I'm hurt, I will look for a reason to create pain, the mind will unconsciously seek places to feel hurt so that it can do anything, right? So everything that we kind of see to a certain extent here is working through that. And that's why I see for a lot of the energy right now in separation, right? Why is this message coming through? Because I can see that this is energy explaining situations or circumstances as it relates to, not due to the situation of someone that was unfeeling, not healing from a situation where someone did not feel enough, but someone that was not intentional or did not find the ability to navigate the breadth of their feelings, right? Because that enormity, it requires that strength of self. It requires that ability to be able to utilize the endurance necessary, right? So I keep on seeing that this is the energy that's like, I can see energy right now that's working through something because they've had wounds. They feel wounds when someone feels a lot for them, because this is energy that has been wounded in the context of someone feeling a lot but not having the ability to modulate between how they feel and how they give it forth, right? So there's a lot of that trepidatiousness here that I see for some of these new energetic connections. Now, for masculine and feminine coming into divine union right now, I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy coming into divine union, this is, you know, and here's the thing about it. Like, I just keep on, like, I keep on hearing some energy coming into divine union, like going, I'm the worst. But the reason that, why is the energy coming into divine union saying, like, this is why the energy coming into divine union right now is looking back on something and saying, I'm the worst, because in the minute that they say, I'm the worst, they say, I can do better, right? Like, this is the energy that says the reason that they're saying, I'm the worst, right, is because they're saying, I can do better, right? They're already in a space of doing better. It's almost like they're saying, I'm the worst, because it's in that moment that I keep on getting this. Oh, this is wild. I'm getting a message that says the reason they're able to say, I am the worst, is because they recognize that they're not. Right? It's not the moment that they say I'm, because they're not apologizing. Yeah, you see that, like, this is the energy. It's not apologizing for being the worst. This is the energy that is able to look back on something and realize that they're looking at themselves from a new energetic standard, right? Like, in the moment that they're able to, and this is the thing about it, our ability to acknowledge and to accept our shortcomings allows us to embrace the pathwork of being able to change, right? It's not separate from that journey, it is necessary, right? And this is what we talk about. Like, that's why we talk about the fact that a healthy journey is not all sunshine and rainbows. It's being able to confront those parts of the self that are hard to look at, right? That's where the love begins, because it's that moment that we can look back upon the past version of self and say, right, and that's the energy goes, I'm and this is why the energy says I was the worst because I was hurting. And this is the energy that says to themselves, I'm no longer in that modality, I can see energetically clearly. And that's the energy that I keep on seeing, is utilizing and setting that discernment as they move forward, right? There's a lot of that. And I keep on seeing it, it's like, it's cringy energy. Okay, it's really cringy, but it's cringy. It's like, in the minute you cringe, you start to heal from it, you know? Um, Now for a lot of the energy, and that's why, because I see, like, there's the energy that's not shying away from that. That's energy that's like literally unpacking it, potentially with counterpart. Now for masculine and feminine energy that is deep within divine union, I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy deep within divine union right now, this is what I mean as it relates to like resilience. And it's interesting because, what we're seeing here is, to a certain extent, is I keep on seeing that there's like some cringe that is being unlocked via nostalgia for energy within divine union. And the energy deep within divine union is uncringeable. I keep on saying the energy deep within divine union is working to be uncringeable, right? But why are they working to be uncringeable? Because, like, this is the energy that is working on their own personal pathwork of transformation, right? This is the energy that when they feel difficulty around the self, right, they don't shy away from it. They invest in it deeper because they want to understand the self. And so that's the energy that says to themselves, if there's something that I move away from, then that's something that I bring a flashlight to, because it's in the understanding, right? It's in the understanding of fear. What do we talk about? Fear wants to move us away from things. It isn't the fact that we should move away from the feeling of fear. We investigate the fear to understand if it's there for a reason, or if it's because of something hidden within ourselves that we're not ready to face. So there's a lot of that work here. There's a lot of that work happening. Continuing to have clarification here between our 10 of Pentacles in its reversal, our 4 of Swords in its reversal, and our 10 of Cups in its upright. One card to clarify. Queen of Pentacles, right? Like, I keep on hearing, like, there's that space of, and I like to say this, like, when we talk about a healthy journey of the sense of the self, is knowing the self. It's knowing the self, not just in the parts that you like about the self. It's about everything. Like, it's all the things you find there. It's all the things you find there, right? And here's the truth: like, it doesn't matter how far we move on our journeys. There's always parts of ourself that we don't like. Like, there's always parts of ourself that we have a hard time with, right? But it's like, when we find those parts of ourselves that we don't like and we put compassion there, right? That is why, like, we talk about, like, navigating that cringe, because this is the energy that says, I'm not afraid of my cringe. I know what my cringe is. Like, this energy goes, I know what my cringe is, right? Because that is the space of embracing, right, and loving oneself in all of the facets, and also in the space of being able to navigate to a point that one is able to encounter, I keep on seeing, encounter fear with the flashlight of the self, right? And it's not to say that fear is not necessary. Fear speaks towards, fears, everything we're given is a gift. And the feeling, the ability to have fear is there to energetically protect us, right? But we've talked a lot about this here, that sometimes the things that are given to us to protect us become the things that we need to heal from, right? Because if they're in their excess, they then suddenly prevent us from being able to find our highest version of self, right? So, often there's a lot of these points in our journey that it's not the fact that we have to become stronger. We often have to become softer, right? Like, I want you to think about how a baby cries, right? Like, a baby cries because, and that's what we talk about with the abandonment wound that helps, right? The child that cries, the mother can find it, right? But if we don't learn the ability to stop crying, then that same cry prevents others from becoming close to us as we become stronger. So, a lot of the work in understanding that the maturation process is such that we're mindful about our triggers, we're mindful about our abandonment wounds, we're mindful about what we've learned in the past that we needed to survive, right? Healing from trauma is not negating those experiences, it's learning when to set aside weapons, right? It's learning when to put the armor down. It's not about the fact that it's like embodying or existing where one came from, but being able to learn and navigate that journey. And this is why we talk about the fact that healing is not that act of building up and getting stronger and stronger and bigger. Healing is often the journey of learning to become gentler, right? Learning to navigate through things and understand things in proportionality. So that's why I keep on seeing that all like some of these new partnerships that are happening during this eclipse cycle are so expansive because this is why I keep on seeing that this is the energy that not only knows how to inhabit love and care, but they utilize discernment in relationality to the care that they feel and how it is experienced, right? There's a lot of that. I keep on seeing there's a lot of that mindfulness here. There's a lot of that energetic discernment that's occurring. While for energy that's coming into it, and that's a message that's coming across all of the lessons, like all of the frequencies. Continuing to get clarification here between our 10 of Cups in combination with our Ace of Wands in its reversal. May I please have one card to clarify? There it is, right? We've got it here. I'm not surprised to see that energy there. We've got the Devil card coming up, right? This is the cringe. This is a lot of that cringe energy, right? We have to this is why we talk about the necessary force. Healthy spiritual work is often about doing healthy shadow work. And what is shadow work? Shadow work is effectively navigating through fear, right? Finding the fear that exists within us and introspecting upon it, not following the fearful tilt, right? But again, I like to describe it like the best way I like to describe it. And I feel like I keep on getting the message that a lot of energy right now in the midst of this eclipse cycle is going through some path work that feels a little bit like foreshadow work. And I want you to help you recognize like a good way of navigating that is thinking about, I like to describe it as think of your fear as like a little child, right? And what does the fear do? And they're the little creepy child. Like sometimes the fear comes and they tug you on the shoulder and you look around and go, oh my God, what are you doing here? And you're like, I made you do something. And you're like, what did you make me? And they show you a picture, right? And sometimes the picture is weird. Like the picture is weird. And you look at the weird picture and you go, buddy, what is that? You came up with that all by yourself? And it goes, yes. And you go, all right, cool. Can't do anything with that. So we're gonna put it over here. You put it behind the fridge, whatever. Like just keep that in a safe space. But sometimes the little figure of fear, they tug you on the shoulder and you go, oh my gosh, here you are again. You creep up on me. You go, hey, I made you something. You go, okay, what did you make me? And then you look at it and there's a note there. There's something that can be navigated. There's something that can be addressed. There's something that you can take care of. And so you go, thank you, little buddy. That's helpful. You know what? We can do something about that. I can get you a nightlight. I can serve that energetic purpose. So when we move in that space, I want you to think about the shadow work like that. When we work in that space of experiencing that anxiety, but then we bring compassion to it, right? We're able to experience and face it. We allow ourselves to sit with it. It can allow for that sense of embracing ourselves in all the facets, right? Because it's not so much about feeling, it's not so much about saying I am afraid, but what am I afraid of? right? The ability to articulate between the boundary of saying the difference between being on a healing journey and not is the energy that says, I am afraid, versus the energy that says, what am I afraid of, right? Because that ability of articulating, that ability of communicating bridges the gap between the love that feels like love and the love that feels like fear. And when someone feels an enormity of love, but they haven't faced their fear, then what another receives is all they receive is someone saying, I am afraid. I am afraid. So someone is trying to say, I love you. But all the other person is experiencing is someone saying, I am afraid. I am afraid. I am afraid. But when we've done the work in navigating through our own fear, we prevent that fear from expounding upon or expressing itself outside of the self, which allows for that a moment to be able to love bravely, to be able to love confidently, to be able to love in a way that our love feels like love, right? It's not easy. It's not for the faint of heart, but that's why we work to heal the self so that we allow, it's not the fact that we don't feel fear, but we say the fear stops within us. It stops within the door of the self. We hold that firm point, continuing to get clarification between our Seven of Wands in its reversal, in combination with our Ace of Pentacles, in combination with our Nine of Wands in its upright. May I please have one card to clarify? Clarification coming through right now. Boom. There you go. Four of Wands. A lot of wand energy here. I like it. I like the wand energy. It's good to see, right? Because that space, like that understanding of inhabiting that force, right? It doesn't require us to be perfect. It doesn't require us to be perfect. It doesn't require a space that we don't embody or hold fear to some degree. It allows for the point of recognizing and understanding what we feel within versus what we give without. And that act of love, right? That force of expression, that amplification of care is something that we always have the choice of embodying. So I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now, working through that. And I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to tell you some of this eclipse cycle, I see potential separations that are occurring here. I see potential separations occurring in that articulation point of someone saying, I love you, right? And another individual is saying, I know you love me, but all I hear from you instead of what you think is coming out of your mouth, which is I love you, all I experience is I am afraid. I am afraid. I am afraid, right? And so that ability of recognizing and understanding the work it takes to be able to translate that into a way that we don't embody our fear in the love that we try to give, right? I keep on seeing that this is the energy right now coming into partnership that says, I'm capable of that heavy lifting, right? This is the energy that says, it's not easy. It never stops. It's like, how do you do it? With a lot of force, with a lot of determination. That's why I keep on hearing that this is chariot energy for these partnerships that are coming together right now. Because this is the energy between Aries and Virgo that don't say they're not afraid. What they basically say to one another is, I don't let that fear control me, right? I don't let the things I fear corrupt the things that I'm trying to express. So there's something really beautiful about that, because this is the energy that says, and I keep on hearing, and this is the energy, I keep on hearing the energy saying, it's not that I'm perfect, but I'm working on it. This energy, like this is why this is with a Venus, but this is a Venus retrograde. This is the energy that's going, I'm not perfect, but I'm working on it. Remembering again, perfection, perfection is a cardinal direction. It's not a location. I'm not perfect, but I'm working on it. And I feel like that's a message that's coming through right now across all of the frequencies. Continuing to get clarification between our Nine of Wands and its upright in combination with our Queen of Pentacles and its upright. Yep, King of Swords and it's upright. Now here's the thing about it, and I think we've all had those experiences. You know, when you're in a space like when the recognition point, when you're in a space of healing and someone is angry, right? When someone is reactive, remembering anger is just fear, right? Anger is just fear. in the disguise of force. Anger is often fear in the disguise of force, right? And that's why, as we heal, it becomes harder to be able to hold and maintain anger, because when you see someone in a space of holding anger that they cannot articulate and explain, then what we really see is someone that says, I am afraid, right? That's either the energy that says, I am afraid to face something that I can't face within the self. I'm afraid to look upon something because of what it creates within me. There's a lot of that work. And so that's why I keep on hearing that there's a lot of the space that's coming through in relationality to the work right now, like Welcome to Spring, which says never, like, healing is an act of bravery, right? Healing and love is intertwined and the same, because it's the energy that says to the self, I'm not perfect, but I look upon the self, I work on the self, I work to see what those flaws are so that I can refine them into facets, right? It's not about being perfect. It's not about feeling like one must inhabit a space of perfection, but we genuflect to our desire for perfection when we're able to acknowledge what it is that we are working upon, what it is that we are trying to better within ourselves. So that work, I keep on seeing, it's perpetual, it's constant. There are always things that we can improve upon. But this is why I keep on seeing that this isn't the energy that comes into that space of overly, I keep on seeing, not coming into the space of being overly hard on the self, right? Right? Because when we say, I am the worst, right? We say, I can't do anything about it, right? When we say they're the worst, we say, I can't do anything about it. When we're able to look at the world with proportionality and understanding what we can change versus what we accept, we are able to understand what that pathwork looks like. And that's why I keep on hearing that for a lot of the energy and separation right now, coming into those modalities and recognizing and saying to the self, that one, like, this is the energy that says, I don't allow a lot of emotions to stop me from moving in accordance to how I feel, right? This is the energy that, again, I told you, it's chariot energy, because this is the energy that says, I don't allow my emotions to guide me. I understand that the emotions feel a lot, but then my sense of direction comes into play in relationality to seeing and having perspective. So everything that I keep on seeing here in relationality to this is just speaking towards those new energetic partnerships that are occurring right now that feel like the amplification. And I keep on hearing the energy that's sighing a relief, because this is the energy in separation that feels like they're building into a new energetic connection where it feels like they're finally on the same page. Or these are energetic connections where, and again, I can see some closure occurring, right? That feeling of frustration as it relates to someone potentially extolling upon the virtues of what they feel, or the expansiveness of what they feel, but not giving effectively any direction as to what that leads to or where it is effectively going. Continuing to get clarification, and look at these two cards together right now. We've got masculine and feminine very close to each other on the table. Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what it feels most aligned to. Remember how I said that this is powerhouse energy? For those who are following the podcast, you can see the full spread over on my Substack. But we've got here, again, like there's a look at all, like the Queen of Pentacles with the King of Swords, the masculine energy embodying the confidence to be able to speak from their desire and intentionality to build with feminine, the feminine having the pathwork of determination, not allowing, like, again, expressing the emotions, but bringing the emotions that come with their own prescriptions. One card to clarify, please, between the Queen of Pentacles and that Devil energy. There it is, the Lovers card. I cannot, I love it. Look at that. And that's absolutely beautiful, because here's the thing about it. Look, what does the healthy partnership do? It faces the energetic fear, right? It doesn't ignore it. It doesn't pretend it doesn't exist. This is the energy that says, by doing that work and understanding the self, confronting the fears of the self, right? When we're in that space and we're introspective upon it, we can expound upon it instead of react to it, right? We can allow it to heal us, right? It becomes something that is restorational. but it requires, it's like, this is the energy that like, and I'm telling you right now, these partnerships that are coming together right now during this, eclipse season, like, I keep on hearing the energy being like the worst possible circumstances. But the reason that they're saying that is because this is a lot of energy that is working on healing from I keep on hearing they're working on healing from a love that did not feel like love. They're working on healing from a love that did not feel like love. And that's what's so painful about it, because this is the energy that says there was a lot of it, there was a lot of it, but it didn't feel like love, it just felt like fear. It just it just because again, when we haven't done the work of facing our fears, then those are the fears we put forth, right? So I keep on seeing that this is a lot of energy right now in separation that's coming together and saying, I'm actively working on making it such that my love feels like love and not fear, right? And this is a lot of energy potentially coming into divine union that's looking back on experiences in the past with that level or degree of clarity, feeling like they've arrived at a point. And this is why some of that, and this is why I would never say saying I am the worst is positive, but I can see some energy looking back on something coming into divine union, going, I am the worst. And it feels like a breakthrough because that's the energy that goes, I am the worst. It's the subject to the predicate. It doesn't say I'm the worst and leave it there. They're going, I am the worst, comma, because I can do better, right? The comma. It's that space that says it is the completion of the sentence. It is the observation and understanding and seeing what that pathwork is. While for masculine and feminine deep within divine union right now, this is a lot of that energy that I keep on hearing. This is the energy that says, um, you know, like I just see that there's a lot of like, I'm not surprised to see it with all this energy of Aries here, which is like a lot of that work that says our job and our responsibility is not to move forward with fear, but with love. Continuing to get clarification between our Four of Wands in combination with our King of Swords in its upright. Can I get one card to clarify, please? Clarification coming through right now with our Two of Cups in its reversal. So I'm going to tell you right now, this is what I'm seeing in relationality to that feeling of the less than ideal circumstances to a certain extent. Because everything that I keep on seeing here in relationality to this has to do, or I just keep on seeing, um, and I feel like there's something really important about this, which is um, I keep on hearing for energy and separation, the space of love that honors the word no, right? It's not the fact that in love, the word no doesn't exist, but that I keep on hearing that's why I keep on seeing that there's something about some energy and separation that's healing because they feel like they were in some kind of situation where I keep on hearing like this is the energy that's like everything went wrong in the space that I like healthy love is one that like when we say no or when we move away from something there isn't that volatility point, right? It's like I keep on seeing, and this is important, you'll remember here, um, and I keep on getting that this is talking about the healing that masculine and feminine are both doing in separation. Because I see masculine that's working in that space of again, if this is feminine that, and this is why we work on healing the past, because when we don't heal the past, we try to put the trauma on the past towards the energy ahead of us. And I keep on hearing some masculine in separation saying, I could not convince them that I was not that person, right? I keep on hearing some masculine energy in separation that says, I felt like I was constantly having to apologize for the sins that I did not commit. I feel like I was constantly in a space where everything I did wasn't enough because they weren't seeing me. They were seeing that past person through me. While for a lot of the feminine energy, I see a lot of the feminine energy healing from those experiences of saying everything was fine until I articulated dissent upon something. And that's the energy that I can see. That's what I mean. I keep on seeing the energy saying that that's the space of the feminine saying that again, the feminine feels loved when they articulate, um, something that bothers them or feels like it's not comfortable. And that's the energy of the feminine that's working in that space of saying like the healthy partnership is not one that feels like it's like this is the energy that said, like I keep on hearing energy of feminine saying, I thought it was so strong, but I recognized it was so fragile. There was so much of it, but it was so fragile. It was so there was so much of it but it was so fragile. Look, it is like, every I keep on hearing some feminine energy saying everything shattered. Like all of that weight shattered in the space of me articulating something I wasn't okay or I wasn't like happy about, right? Sometimes in those moments, like we realize that something that has like it's like it's like something that like there was a lot of it until but it's like a lot of it but not but not stable, if that makes sense, like like there's something about that identifying something that shatters, even though that there's an expansive point, because it's a space of identifying something that feels like it was only in service to another's needs and not another person's emotions. So there's a lot of I keep on hearing there's a lot of this fragility here that's coming through by means of nostalgia. And this is happening across all of the frequencies because it feels like it's the clarification. I keep on hearing it's a clarification point between being able to recognize and identify wasn't what was not in energetic alignment. Continuing to get clarification between our King of Swords and our Lover's card in its upright. Can I get one card to clarify? Clarification coming through with the World card and its reversal. This is what's so difficult. And I got to tell you right now, um, this is what's happening right now, like across all of the frequencies. Um, there's a lot of energy that is working on recognizing um, the anxiety of connection, right? There's something really valuable and important there because we've spoken a lot here about the fact that when we're in a space of energetic expansion, right? Love is the energy. Love is not the force of what we want to give to another. Love is the force of recognizing and understanding what another feels and what another needs. This is why we talk about the fact that love is an act is like love is in service to love, right? Because we talk about the fact that often in those moments of love, it's not so much what we want to give, but what we recognize another needs, right? It's that space or that sense of receptivity. So that's why I keep on seeing that what's difficult for a lot of the energy right now in separation is this is energy that is healing from the anxiety of building into connection. Specifically, because I keep on seeing that they're navigating those modalities or those moments where another may have felt like they had an enormity of feeling for them, but because they haven't done enough work on the self, the translation of that enormity of emotions didn't feel like a healthy expression. This is why we talk about the fact that the reason trauma is so painful is because it doesn't make sense. Because often in that moment that someone says they're caring about us, but they're really hurting us, what we really realize is that someone who isn't receptive to being able to understand that the force of love is not what we want to give, it is active listening. Now, for a lot of this energy right now coming into divine union, there's a lot of that work in healing the wounds of intimacy that may have occurred in those moments. While for masculine and feminine coming into divine union, that ability of seeing that in the past, either something that you experienced or something that you inadvertently gave another, this is why I see a lot of that energy that's going through that space of feeling terrible. Right? I see the energy going through a space right now of feeling terrible, but that's because in the moment they feel terrible, they recognize that they're already doing better. They're already setting those new energetic standards for themselves. But it requires that ability of focusing and seeing something with clarity, because it's in that moment that we see something that we suddenly realize that we have the ability to do better. While for masculine and feminine deep within divine union right now, this feels like a lot of, I keep on seeing here, um, it's a lot of that space of I keep on seeing working through energetic frustration, right? Working through frustration of the self, working through frustration with of others, trying to do I keep on seeing like I keep on getting the message of like ballast, which like the reason it's coming through is like ballast to a certain extent, which is again, when things do not feel like when things do not feel like they're going well, you don't crumble. you work even harder and on the things that you care about, right? It's a lot of that space in energetically recognizing, like I keep on seeing that this is the energy that says and works with one another to such an extent that they say to each other, through you, through you, even the difficulty becomes joy, right? Because that is the beauty of a healthy energetic partnership. It's not that everything is smooth sailing. It's that when things are rough, you put in even more effort and energy, right? You recognize and identify what another needs, and then you're able to work in that need to the best of your ability. Final card for today's spread, between our Two of Cups in its reversal in combination with our World card in its reversal. May I please have one card to clarify? Clarification coming through right now with the Page of Wands. So, like I said, there's, I'm just going to tell you right now, like energy that we're seeing here, Neptune is on the move. We've got a lot of emotions. It's a lot of inner child healing. It's a lot of inner child healing that's coming up. And I got to tell you right now, it's a lot of inner child healing that's coming up for both masculine and feminine energy, right? And the thing about it is, how do I describe this best? It's uncomfortable, right? And I'll tell you, like, this Venus in retrograde energy, it, like, there's almost, I want to say this, like I'm not sure why. I need to get a little bit more understanding on it. I need to explore why this is the case, but it almost feels like there's something about it that almost feels like it almost like regresses us. Okay, I want to describe, it almost feels like a bit of a regression. But I need to point this out. You know, when we're in those moments of feeling like we're energetically, I mean, we've got a bunch of planets in retrograde, so I'm not surprised to feel like there is a little bit of that feeling of regression. But the I'll put it this way: when we're going through some inner child healing, the difference between um, childlike wonder and acting like a child. Okay, like that's the best way I can describe energy like this. Remembering the difference between childlike wonder and when someone says childlike wonder versus someone saying acting like a child, right? Because I want you to think about the fact that how do I explain this? Um, so when we talk, okay, so this is the best way to describe it. So remember how I said that we actually need our abandonment wounds? That our abandonment wounds are not about getting rid of them, it's being able to pick them up and put them down as necessary. We arrive with abandonment wounds because when we don't have anything, the abandonment wounds protect us. Okay? When we don't have anything, the abandonment wounds are what what sustains us. But that ability and the minute that we move out of childlike wonder and into childishness is when we hold on to an abandonment wound that no longer serves us. Okay, it no longer serves us. It feels out of place, right? It's the moment that you bring something somewhere that it doesn't feel like it's the right location. Okay, so I keep on seeing that there's something to be navigated there as it relates to working through that space or that context. And some of it, how do I describe this best? It's, and I keep on seeing that this may create a little bit of volatility right now in conversations between, someone, like I keep on seeing, like, being overly defensive, being overly protective, working in that space of feeling energetically wounded versus having that force of determination of noticing or having something that one feels energetically sensitive about, right? It's a little bit, it's like I keep on seeing there's a lot of work that's being navigated right now as it relates to intimacy wounds. And when we're working through intimacy wounds, it's always difficult because we carry a lot of extra sensitivity there, right? So when we're in a healthy space, we talk towards that extra sensitivity. We're very mindful about it, right? I like to point this out. When we're extremely sensitive about something, we don't get reactive. We let another know about it. We create those informational moments, right? But when we're reactive, like we just pull back, we react, we shy away. We sometimes we work in that context that makes it impossible to energetically communicate. So I keep on seeing there's a lot of work that's happening right now in separation between new energetic relationships that are happening, talking about delicate things, talking about things that are difficult to discuss, but not feeling that reactivity, right? Like a lot of that, like I keep on seeing, like that healing that occurs and being able to talk about something delicately, but still be able to talk about it versus having some kind of experiences where another, like experiencing something where someone's being energetically reactive and it doesn't allow for any ability to communicate, right? Like those moments, and this is what we talk about, our volatility stands in the way of building into productive conversation because when we're volatile in any context, it's like it creates its own force field. It creates its own force field. It creates that impossibility, right? Where it's like you can't, someone like you can't it's like you can't do anything. So I keep on seeing that this is a lot of the energy that's either saying like experiencing that, trying to like have a conversation, another person's pulling back too much or coming too much in that space that doesn't allow for that ability, or these are energies that are articulating about those circumstances from the past, right? Like that inability. And I keep on saying that the beauty of coming into healthy partnership is one that I keep on seeing nothing isn't able to be discussed, right? And here's the thing about it. It's not that everything that one is able to discuss is easy, but like that's why I see that this energy is even in that space that they feel comfortability because it's almost like that ability of being able to talk through something. Like this is the energy that says to one another, I told you they're warrior energies because these are the energies that um, are saying to one another in that space, you know, the understanding of myself comes into the space where I feel I am authentic enough to be myself, right? It's like it allows for that ability of not taking something energetically personally. And in that moment that we can express and not take something personally, possibilities open in relationality to how we articulate and discuss things. While for masculine and feminine energy, deep within divine union, I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy deep within divine union right now, it's interesting because it's actually feeling a little bit like the opposite. It's feeling a little bit like that work of not working in the space. It's like this is the energy that I feel like is working in that context of saying we work to like we work to be energetically tough. We work to be able to navigate through that. We work in those spaces because it doesn't, like I keep on seeing the energy deep within divine union saying the beauty of being in healthy partnership is that we don't need to constantly perseverate over the partnership. We just look towards the other and know what the other needs and provide that in that context, right? There's an adaptability there. It's a lot of that Swiss Army knife energy. Bottom of the deck on this reading right now. Here's that six of wands energy in its reversal. So this is just more of that feel. Like here's the thing, and I got to tell you, um, we're going to talk a little bit about hope here. You know, because I want to say I think that in energy, like what we're experiencing now, it is far too easy to feel hopeless, right? We've got a lot of combination of force that's occurring. I'm going to walk you guys through it one more time. All right. If you missed the beginning, we've got the Venus in retrograde that makes everything look way worse than it is. We've got the coming out of the Virgo full moon, which makes that demands for everything to be perfect. We've got the Mercury retrograde, so everything's going wrong. Okay. And then we've got an eclipse energy, which takes all of that distortion and cranks it up to 13. And now we've got Neptune that's on the move from Pisces into Aries, which makes all of the energy feel like everything used to be better. Everything used to be better. The good times are over. Nothing is ever going to be the same again. Everything, it's a lot of that nostalgia coming through. If you're feeling this right now, I want you to I want you to remember that this is incubation energy. This is the ground with the bud that comes out of the surface. Okay? I want you writing down your manifestation goals. I want you, if you're feeling hard on yourself, good. I want you to write down that plan of action. What are you going to change? Right? I want you to work on writing down what you feel like where do you see yourself in a year? What's that ideal situation? Right? I don't want you focusing right now on what's going wrong. I want you to focus on how you can make it better. I want you to focus on how you can make it right. Because I'll tell you right now, a lot of this energy that we're experiencing right now, hope may be in short supply, but you know how we create hope? By dreaming. We create hope by dreaming. So we talk a lot about, remembering that surrender is not an act of giving up. It's recognizing and letting go of what we insist upon. So continue to do that work right now in terms of cultivating and creating and allowing for that like channel that into a space that feels like it's productive. And especially for those right now who've got a lot of Pisces placements, Aquarius placements, energy that deals with the ideal, right? It ever like if it's not ideal, work towards the ideal. Don't become devastated that it's not. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here to receive it. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, you can do so on my site. Please keep in mind, if you book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. So I encourage you to do it there. Also, a couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who attended our recent class on the judgment card. I had such a wonderful time going over that card with you. Our next class will be held on Wednesday, April 16th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the hangman. If you would like to be, I'm so excited to teach this class. If you would like to become a part of our tarot class program, all you need to do is head over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. As a monthly subscriber, you will have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library archive. You will also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we are currently learning or have studied thus far. Now, it's not necessary to be able to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you guys a recap on everything that we've studied up to this point, but the material is there for you to receive when you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access if you choose to become a founding member. Not only will you have access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library archive, you will also have access to a one-on-one chat with. You'll also have access to. You'll have a discount on the full year's worth of classes. You will also have the opportunity, if you prefer, to have a one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally and assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your impact moving towards your personal tarot goals. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your robust amount of experience in the tarot or your lack of experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there for any updates on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events, my collaborations, as well as my online live schedule. I also am very happy to let you guys know about my offerings right now. On top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or biweekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my clients that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a discounted rate on 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or biweekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your journey work. Also, for my clients that are seeking, I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings. You can purchase them per dream or as a package. I simply ask, if you purchase the package, that you make sure you start to keep a dream journal, because we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that dream journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key messages and themes coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. Thank you guys so much for being here and receiving it. We are going to get started on personal readings right now. Congratulations to Ruby. You got our highest gifter for today. And Ava, you came in second, so you will also have cards drawn today. If anyone else would like to get on the list for today, you will be the fourth person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. I'm going to take a minute to take a photo of today's spread. If you would like to see today's spread, it will also be up later today on the Substack when we post the podcast. And I am going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, my friends, we are at 24.7K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure that you're tapping that screen. And if you missed the daily collective, it will be up later today, up on the place where we keep the videos. It'll also be up on the place where we keep the photos. It'll also be up as a podcast over on my on Substack and over on my spot at Tarot Church. All right. That's wild. Hello there. And thank you, Erin, for the follow. Thank you, Anne, for the follow. Okay. Hi there. Thank you, Alexandra. And Minnie, again, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Heather, I think my Neptune moves into Aries the day after the solar eclipse on March 30th. There you go. I mean, that's that. I mean, like that. You're very much in alignment with what's happening right now. Then, I mean, you gotta be very careful about not being emotionally triggered. You know, to care that feels like hurt. Thank you, Heather, for receiving these messages. Thank you as well. It's me for the heart, for the rose, and Amy. Thank you for the follow. Thank you as well. Night Navy. Hi. Can I ask a woman? Oh my goodness. Navy, I hope that you're in a safe space, and I'm sending you so much support on that journey. I hope you're okay. Looking to feel hurt to do anything. Well, and that, you know, like that's one of the things I keep on seeing here. There's something really important about that. You know, looking, and I think that you kind of described it really well, Heather. Looking for hurt to. I mean, I don't like I don't like to move into the space of. I get a little worried that we're using the term like narcissism right now to describe everything. So I get very anxious about putting labels on things because I feel like when we label something, we don't work through the nuance of it. But this description of what we're seeing right now is a lot of the unpacking of what's going on right now in the unconscious space of some of the energy and separation. Addie, good to see you, dear. It's the lens. If it's a peaceful lens, one will find peace. It's true in the reverse. So helpful. I mean, I think that, I think that there's something about that that's very important, Addie, in terms of describing lens being perception, right? Because we always want to be mindful of the lens that we're viewing things through. Likely not exclusive to that, just reminds me. No, I agree, Heather. Somebody saying I'm the worst in my experience has been, I know, and it's interesting. Here's the thing about it though, Heather, that I think is, you remember, I even had to correct for myself there. In any other expression, I'm the worst would be the amplification of what you said, like that sense of saying I can't do anything. But I have to say the fact that the energy is saying that coming into divine union, it's like they're saying it's a subject with the predicate, right? It's the energy that says, I'm the worst, comma, I can do better, right? It's looking at something and seeing something and wanting to change or trying to do something in a different way. Haley, one of the quotes I wrote down from you, I was blind, now I can see. I was cringe, but now I'm free. Thank you. We need to put on a shirt. Thank you for quoting me on that, Haley. The weird picture. Yeah, it is. It's the weird picture. You just gotta like, you gotta love that little guy. You gotta love that little part of the self. I made you something, They mean well. Buddy, what is that? No, that's what it is. Like, what is that? Okay. Brenda, your subscription is ending soon if you'd like to renew. Ms. Melissa, it very is springtime energy, right? It's a lot of that coming out of the darkness kind of thing into the light. And so Jorna, thank you for the follow. And thank you, Olu, for getting on the list. You'll be the fourth person read for. If anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the fifth person read for. Nicole, can you confirm if you wanted to get on the list, dear? The comma too. I can do better. Really, no, that's what I mean. Like that's the thing about it, Rainbow. They keep on saying everything is about the comma. Everything is about the energy that says that's the first. That's not a complete sentence. That's the first part of a sentence, right? I'm the worst. They keep on saying I'm the worst is not a complete sentence. They're saying it's the energy that's like the energy coming into divine union is recognizing that I'm the worst is not a complete sentence. I was not allowed to say no in my 17-year marriage. Sending you so much support on that journey, Heather. That's not okay. Thank you for those hearts, Heather and Ms. Melissa. That is what happened in my connection. Sending you so much support there, dear. All right. Yes, hold on a minute. And Jake, thank you for the follow. The first time I was raised to concern, everything started to fall apart. Sending you so much support. It breaks my heart. It should. And again, honoring that though, honoring the fact that you feel like that, heartbreaking but heart not broken is really important. The energy is like there's a lot of action but going nowhere fast. I mean that like here's the thing. I mean like it doesn't have to. Like that's the thing I keep on seeing and that's why I kept on hearing that's like with Neptune moving, right? And that's the thing about it. That's why these are lessons in Neptune because you have to recognize that Neptune carries the ocean, right? Like Neptune, like a lot of the messages we get with Neptune journeys is remembering and saying, that's why the message was coming through that says you can feel a lot and still move, right? Because that's what the ocean does. Like you can feel a lot and still have direction. You keep doing, oh, thank you, Rachel. You keep doing your thing as well. Guys, make sure that you give Rachel a follow. Had an absolutely beautiful, we had a collective panel with Mercy Me Tarot a few months ago where we talked about the energetic shifts that occurred during the year. And Rachel was a part of that. Good to see you here, guys. Good to see you, dear. Make sure you give Rachel a follow. I just pinned her in the comments. And thank you, Ava, for the Shamrocks. Galactic, thank you for the follow. It's a party. I mean, here's the thing. I got to point out, Alexandra, if you have Aries placements right now, and with all the planets in Aries, it's going to feel like more like a party. Like, I'll put it this way. This is one of the issues that's happening right now. Okay. If you got Aries placements and all of these planets of Aries are in the house of Aries, you're like, it's a party. And everyone else is looking at it and being like, that's a raid. Like they're worried, like they're seeing all the energy in Aries and being like, "Ugh," like snowdrop flowers. No, I had the same image to a certain extent, Rainbow. Absolutely. Chrysalis. Yep. Yes, that's it. We are all becoming tap to claim. And AAV, thank you for the follow. Alexandra, find myself shifting between, whoa, I'm in a bad place versus I'm in an optimal place. I am not, listen, with Jupiter and Gemini right now, I would not be surprised if you're not bouncing back and forth between those points. With the planets right now shifting out of Pisces or Aries, it's going to feel like a lot of back and forth being like, everything's great, everything is terrible. Like, is everything going amazing or is everything falling apart? Yeah, it's a lot of that right now. You're so welcome, Jake. Hope only exists at the bottom of Pandora's vase after the horrors escape the world. Tap to claim. Beautiful point, Heather. Ava, thank you as well. Heather, hope is the glimmer of light at the top of the dark, dark well. What a beautiful way of putting that. I love that. Tap to claim. And his, thank you for the follow. And thank you, Ruby, for those gifts. So glad to be able to. I'm looking forward to reading for you, dear. Kay, good to see you, dear. Guys, please welcome Kay, Megan, and Ruby, our moderators. Always a pleasure to have you guys here. We can't spell out the whole, no, thank you. Yes, thank you, Kay, for that. And thank you, Junior, for the follow. Benoit, oh, you were watching on the place where we keep the videos. No problem. Thank you as well. And thank you guys as well for being here. All right, Karas, the classes are so good. It's history plus philosophy plus divination. So amazing. Thank you so much, Karas. I'm so glad that you enjoyed the class and thank you for being a part of it. I do my best. And if you guys ever have anything that you feel like I'm missing in the class or any notes, like by all means, please feel free to let me know. I'm always trying to expand upon what I'm teaching you guys there. I love that description. Can't wait to join. Hi there, Team Ilsana. All right. Until when is the eclipse season? Kat, the eclipse season is until the next new moon. So until the end of this month, about, I think, the 29th. If I'm off on that, someone let me know. Yes, travel safely, Grace. I didn't see your message come through. I don't know. Oh, there it is. About to, oh, okay. Absolutely, dear. Sending you safe travels. All right. Yep. We just had the lunar eclipse. Next one's a partial solar. Yep, you got it. How do we watch a past live? Nathan, all you need to do if you want to watch a past live, you can head over to, if you want the podcast, you can head over to my spot at Tarot Church or over on my Substack. If you want to actually watch the videos, you can head over to the place where we keep the videos. You can go over to my tree that has Binks in it in my bio, and you'll find the links to all of that. Just tuned in. Good to see you, dear. Heather, understand desire to not overuse the term narcissism and surviving narcissistic abuse. Yeah, I mean, I get the same way with any kind of terminology. You know, it's just I feel like when we start utilizing, I know we try to like put a label on something, and I feel like there's that moment that like putting a label on something erases the quality of what's occurring. So I definitely see how something about this could feel like that. But I like to point out that sometimes, I like to be able to describe what is happening here to allow for the ability to heal from it, or for another to recognize or heal or do that work. Thank you. Thank you for the compliment on my shirt, Grace. And safe travels, dear. The current live. Yeah, thank you for the help, K. Megan. Hi, Dolly. I love that I was drawn to your live today. I love that you were drawn here too. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Buckle in, everybody. Yeah, everybody's got to, no, it's like keep buckled in. Like, Rainbow, very hard to understand what that sort of abuse feels like, I think, without going through it. No, I understand. It can be unreal. It can be hard to put words to it, right? So I feel like a lot of the work here, like there's a lot of energetic unpacking I'm seeing in relationality to trauma as it relates to these new connections. Gray, what do you believe the energetic difference is between lunar and solar eclipses? I feel like lunar eclipse is going to bring out, I feel like lunar eclipses often bring out where we need shadow work, you know? because you gotta like, yeah, gotta understand it's like a lot of that like dark side of the moon energy. So I feel like often it can be difficult because I feel like the work often that we work through lunar eclipses helps us recognize and identify our blind spots, right? So it can be like kind of hard to look at things or hard to see things. Um, I feel like the solar eclipses are more about the conscious space, right? Like what we're working on and changing. And I think it's really important, there's like there's a harmony there because being able to identify and recognize, like we talked about this, like the space of like unpacking our shadow work or working on the unconscious versus finding that ability to like implement or make those energetic changes. Like that's why I feel like again the eclipse seasons can be beautiful in relationality to the perception of like one's own expansion points, right? But you got it. Like I always, and I need to point out, this is also why we say it's okay if you step back during eclipse season. You know what I mean? Like it's okay if you step back during eclipse season. I never want others to feel like you need to like work through this. This is not the type of energy. This type of energy is not for the faint of heart, right? If all you need to do right now is prioritize self-care, that's okay too. Because I need to point this out. Like the fact that, often with those eclipse cycles, it feels like it turns the volume up on things. That's why it can sometimes feel very chaotic because there's a lot of work we often have to do in terms of the eclipse cycles, in terms of navigating like the chaos within the self versus the chaos outside of the self, right? And so like that's kind of what I feel like is the beauty of the eclipse cycles. I feel like the energy of the lunar will often help you see the chaos that's working like to work on inside the self. And like a lot of the energy outside with the solar eclipse helps you in terms of navigating what's outside of the self. So again, and that's why we keep on seeing that a lot of this work right now, setting the intention, resolution, looking towards this as a space of incubation, appreciating the journey in terms of how far you've come, setting the intention on what you're building to expand upon going forward. Like that there is something here that can be like grounding, but you need to come into this like you need to come into this like holding strong in terms of what anchors the self to the self. Aries rising here. Hi there, Stina. Good to see you. For what it's worth, my former BFF had avoidant attachment, said so, and I did get triggered by past. Well, and here's the thing, avoidant attachment is really, really difficult, right? Because it often can be very triggering to those carrying abandonment wounds, right? Because that space, like avoidant attachments often have to work and understand that in that moment that they feel like they're protecting another from the self, they're actually creating a wound in the process, right? So that's something that is hard to like work through. I understood that must not have felt good and regret that. Well, and here's the thing, like, it's not the fact that we don't have our tendencies, but you know, like I said, it's not enough just to be able to say I'm like this. Like that's why I get worried about labels, right? Because when we get a label, when we have a label on something, I feel like sometimes it creates a bit of latency, right? If I say like, oh, I'm just like this, like the recognition of saying you're like this, it's like something that you like the difference between saying this is something that I'm like that I put work and effort to versus someone saying like this is what I am, get used to it, right? Like that's something that we always have to work through. And thank you, Nev, for the follow. Good to see you as well, Kay. You're so welcome, Grace. The abuse I was speaking about was in marriage and family growing up. Just want to be clear on that. No, I completely understand, Heather. And thank you again for sharing your experiences here. Hi there, Dolly. You're so welcome. I hope you're having a beautiful day too. Thank you, dear. I am. I'm always having a beautiful day with you guys. Heather will not say more on that. I want to be mindful. If I said too much already, you're not saying, I don't think you're saying too much already. I mean, again, whatever you feel comfortable saying. And Shaya, thank you for subscribing. To distinguish between the intentional and unintentional wounds is tricky. It's very tricky, right? It's very tricky, and I feel like that's the thing with this type of energy right now. It's hard right now. It's hard right now to do that. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective, but if you would like, I mean, we are going to get started right now on personal readings, but if you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You will be the fifth person read for. The first person we are reading for today is Crystal Hetty. Crystal, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. If anybody else would care to get on the list right now, you'll be the fifth person read for. And I'm going to take a minute to you're so welcome, Haley. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. And thank you for being a part of the collective. All right, I am looking right now for Crystal. Can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question? If anyone else would like to get on the list for today, you'll be the fifth person read for. We are also at 26.9K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. You're so welcome, Heather. All right. Second call right now. Hi there. Reading on my person. You got it, dear. And thank you for being a subscriber. You'll get 4 cards. Can I please get 4 cards, please? Highest priority messages. We got 3 out. And thank you. You're also the first person on the list for today. You'll actually get 5 cards. We've got 3 out. Can I get 2 more, please? I am also looking right now. Nicole, if you're here, can you let me know if you would like to get on the list today? Okay. I mean, there's something I feel like I would be very curious if this person carries a lot of water signs because I would be very curious as to where this person's Pisces placements are because I just see a lot of water here. Um, and I keep on seeing like one of the things to bear in mind is this is not an easy time for those with water signs. It's like it's a lot of that. I keep on getting this fact that like there's something about this being very triggering. It's bringing up a lot of emotional wounds. It's bringing up a lot of those feelings, um, as it relates to sentimentality. And so I just keep on seeing here. I don't know why I'm hearing some kind of energy or feeling of someone that's feeling some kind of. I don't know why I keep on hearing the words left out. Feeling in some way, shape, or form left out of something. Um, like there's something about this. Like I see someone like going through some like pathwork of introspection, almost asking themselves or questioning if there's something that they're missing or if there's something that they're doing wrong. Like there's a lot. I just see there's like um there's I see someone going back and forth on something. Like I don't know if they made some kind of decision here and now they're like working through whether it was the right one, you know? Like there's and I have to say this, like there's something really important that needs to be identified around something. And I keep on seeing that like I just got I'm gonna put it this way. I'm gonna put it this way. So you'll remember what I said about the fact that this type of energy right now is really, 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 really difficult for those that look outside the self for feelings of approval, right? It creates a lot of that energetic distortion point to a certain extent. And you know, I see something here that I'm not sure why I keep on like reading upon this, but it feels like it has something to do with some kind of like looking back on some kind of past volatility, you know? Like I see someone that is actively working on identifying and recognizing and looking at something with a new perception and feeling that weight in recognizing that that past version of self navigated something in a way that the present version of self wouldn't. There's definitely there's a lot of bittersweetness here. And I see a lot of this energy, you know, working on, I keep on hearing like they're doing like the healthy work of this retrograde period, which is recognizing and identifying and setting those new standards for themselves, right? But it's hard because I see something here that it almost feels like someone that like it almost feels like someone looking at something and wishing that they had recognized it sooner, or wishing that they had like identified it sooner. There's a little bit. I see someone that's in a space that they have to heal from a tendency to get nostalgic, right? Which is, and we've talked a lot about that. It's a little bit of this indulgence point that's happening during this eclipse season, which is, you know, when we're constantly worried about the past, when we're constantly focused upon the past, it sometimes makes us feel like you know, we're constantly missing things instead of recognizing like what one can do in the moment. So I feel like there's like I see a lot of this energy here, like the breakthrough that someone is going through right now is I keep on seeing that they're trying to work into the present. Like I hear them saying, "I'm trying to heal. I'm trying to heal from my space of regretting. I'm trying to heal in not overthinking. I'm trying to heal in not constantly like holding on to things. I'm trying to heal by just recognizing and identifying that the present is where I should be because the present is where I can change things." Um, Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, I see. I don't know if there's been some kind of conflict between you and them to a certain extent, but and we I gotta talk like we gotta talk about this because when we hold I gotta say this, like when we hold resentment for things, it it's the most impossible thing, right? Because when we hold resentment, I need to point this out, when everything becomes tit for tat, like it's like when things become tit for tat, it's like it's remembering and identifying that when we look, like I keep on hearing, when we look for grievances, we can always find grievances, right? Like when we look, like it's a lot of that. Like when we're looking for fault points, we can always find fault, right? There's always something that can feel like it could be better, right? And so I see someone who's like, I would be curious too about where I feel like they're healing from some kind of wound on perfection because, it's like, it's almost like they're constantly in a state of having to navigate through some feeling of disappointment. Um, but it's like that feeling of disappointment to a certain extent. Um, and this is why, like that's like I keep on hearing like they get trapped in the past, right? And why do I keep on hearing that this person gets trapped in the past? It's like, when you look to the past for a reason, you'll always find a reason. Like if you go back far enough, you can always look for something to hold a grievance towards, right? And so I just keep on seeing that there's something about this where they're trying to heal from some kind of like feeling of comparing themselves to others, or feeling like that sense of comparison. um but even here, like that's the hard part about it. I see that even in that space, they're being really hard on themselves, right? Like, I would be very curious as to the fact, like, I don't know if you guys are in connection right now or not, but I just keep on seeing, like, it feels like someone who's like recognizing that there's something about the way they navigate things. It feels like a little bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy, which is like when you're constantly worried about something falling apart, you like manifest it falling apart because you start like looking for signs of it falling apart, and then you find the signs of it falling apart, and then it's like it feeds into your fear, right? Instead of focusing on the positive. So I feel like there's something about this here where I see someone that's recognizing or identifying and trying to come out of that space where they're like it feels like they're like working on the space of actively trying to heal from their fear. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Crystal Hetty. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing, and I keep on hearing, the one thing I will appreciate about this is like I keep on hearing like there's something about the acknowledgement point, someone looking at something, like the gift of some of this um like Neptune retrograde is I keep on seeing like someone who's looking at something in the past and saying like that wasn't okay, I can do better. Like I like the fact that I'm seeing here that someone is like they're figuring out what it is that they need to change in order to, I keep on seeing like change their perspective. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Crystal. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. I'm going to take a moment to take the next person on the list for today is Oli. If you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Also, apologies if I'm saying your name incorrectly. By all means, please always feel free to correct me if that's the case. I'm also going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. We're also at 27.3K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure that you're tapping that screen. And if you get on the list right now, you will be the 5th person read for. All right. And thank you, Shaya, for subscribing, dear. Nev, thank you for the follow. Stina, thank you for the follow. All right. Hi there. You're so welcome. And Emmy Boo, thank you for subscribing. Hi there, Denise. How are you doing today? Emmy Boo, no, you can actually do so. I've actually I've actually pinned up the places that you can send the donation. And if you go over to my tree that has links in it, you'll see the links for where you can send those donation payments. Hey, Jenna, thank you for the follow. And thank you for those roses, dear. You can absolutely claim a moderator reading today, Kay. Let me just put you on the list. And you will be also, I know it's late where you are right now. Would you guys mind if I can advance Kay up in the list because she's in a space where the time change is very heavy. So if those who are on the list, if you're okay with that, please confirm so I can advance her up. All right. No, we're not blocked. She ghosted. I ran into her a few times. I mean, that sounds blocked to me. I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, I'm not. I don't mean to. I mean, that sounds like a blockage point. I mean, that sounds like a block. The way what you're describing. Um, yeah, like this is like there's something about this here. You know, like I see like it feels like someone who has a little bit of a tendency to shadow box. Like there's something about this here. Like I keep on hearing the grievance that is there needs to be articulated upon. You know what I mean? Like I remember I said like it's like that moment of seeing something and not coming into the space of being able like feeling energetically left out in some way. Like it keeps on seeing like the space of being able to like articulate instead of assume. Jenna, hi dear. My spirit guides are trying to tell me something. Hold on a minute. My my spirit guides are trying to tell me something really bad. What is it? I see it in my dreams, but I can't. Jenna, I'm happy to do a reading on that. I like to point out, I typically I typically don't think that the guides show us things that are bad. They show us things that are sometimes difficult or triggering for us to see. I also do dream interpretation readings here. So if you wanted to get a reading from me, we could either navigate that either in the higher frame in terms of what the guides are trying to communicate and express to you, or if you'd like to do a dream interpretation, we can do a dream interpretation here and I can tell you what the dream means. Just let me know. And I like to point this out, like the typically a good guide is never going to give you an I like to point this out, a good guide is never going to give you an omen. They're going to give you something that's going to help you work through what is like navigate something that's coming forward in a way that feels like it's productive and helpful for you. But yeah, I miss her and still care and have love, but I've been doing my own thing and healing. I mean, I see that. Like I can see some kind of situation here that feels like the amplification point of the door being open. But it's like, and I need to point this out. It's like it feels like the door's open, but they need to articulate upon what it is that moved them away from you in the first place. Right. But I keep on seeing a little bit of this work. I keep on getting the term like hypersensitivity, right? And it's like when we're hypersensitive, we have to articulate upon what that hypersensitivity point is, you know, sending you so much support on this journey. But if it's any consolation, I feel like I see someone that's like recognizing, like they're recognizing some kind of energetic blind spot. Oh, thank you, Emmy. I'm glad that you found it. And Cindy, thank you for the subscription. Oh, thank you. Thank you for letting me know you're willing to wait. No worries at all. Thank you, Tempest. Good to see you today. Yeah, I did. I felt I needed to. I mean, I need to point this out. Like, if this is a situation where you said to them, like, look, if you're ever willing to like talk about this, like I'm willing to be here for it. Like I feel like the first thing that you're gonna have if this person comes back is them articulating upon what it is that you did that like bothered them, right? Like it's giving me a little bit of this like it's giving me a little bit of this like under the skin thing that they need to work through or I keep on saying they need to like clear their throat chakra. Cindy, to get on the oh hi, to get on the list, all you need to do is send a donation via the links in my bio, and you'll be added to the list. And thank you for subscribing, dear, and thank you for those gifts. Toasty, hold on a minute, one moment. What? So, people poker, you asked a really strange question. You said, "Does your power come from godliness or the fallen?" You know, I feel like these are very mythic approaches. I don't look at the self in that context. You know, the way that you're defining that, like that idea of godliness or fallen, you know, it's very much in that arc, like that old polarity of right or wrong. Um, you know, I am who I am. I'm not perfect. Neither are any of us. And so I think that in this space, we don't like I don't like to inhabit that space of high or low. Being able to I do the work in terms of myself and understanding myself to the greatest of my authenticity. And I think that my ability of doing so and coming to understanding of myself allows me to find a love for myself and others. Um, and I'm not a big subscriber of this like this right or left in or out kind of mentality, because I actually feel like a lot of that black and white thinking is very much based upon animalistic nature, right? And the thing we see in nature is a lack of empathy. I think our job as it relates to becoming humane is to move away from that perception that something must fit into one box or another. I like to exist in a space of love, and I feel like love is a space that articulates upon nuance and compassion. I hope that helps. All right. Okay, I've got you, Toasty. Quick question. I am third in line, but we'll have to leave. Oh, can I reschedule? Absolutely. Well, if it's okay, would anyone mind if you can give me your name, Toasty, I can see if the list if it's okay to move you up on the list. Also, I will also point out that, and if you book a reading with me here, you can always come back and I can hold the reading for you. So whatever you prefer. All right, just bear with me a moment. Okay, thank you. All right, so we are going to continue right now. Okay, thank you. Tosin, can you actually can you confirm where you sent the donation? Oh, I think you're the next one on the list right now. Yeah, I believe you're the next one on the list, dear. Thank you. Yep. So if you could let me know what if you'd like a reading. So if it's okay for those joining us, because Kay is on a little bit of a later timeline. I mean, Tosin, I don't need to advance you because you're next. So we'll do you, and if everyone's okay with that, we'll do Kay's reading after Tosin, and then we'll continue down the list. And if you could just let me know if you have a specific question, or if you okay, Ruby, did you get oh, I've got you on the list too. Okay. Well, Ruby, you're actually on the list after Tosin. So you're the next one after them. So whatever if that's if you think that'll be okay, dear. I'm doing my best to help to navigate everyone here. Yes, I meant in regards to Kay. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Okay, excellent. Okay, cool. All right. So I'm just waiting. Toasty, can you let me know? Okay, you're asking about, okay. I'm happy for, no, oh, thank you. Thank you, Kay. Thank you. Appreciate that. Can you let me know if you would like a general reading, or if you so we're doing a daughter and son? Okay. So what we typically do is we do 3 cards. So if you are, I guess you're just doing an overall energetic check-in on them. Understood. Okay. Um, So it sounds like we're just doing an energetic check-in on those 2 energies. So I can do a card for each, and then we'll do one for overall messages for both. Got you. All right. Can I get 3 cards, please? 3 cards, highest priority messages from Spirit, please. Woo! All right. So that's the okay. That needs to be navigated. All right. I feel like that's the energy of okay. Can I have the energy around the daughter, please? They're like night and day. Can I please have a? The reason I'm laughing here is because the energy of the sun flew out of the deck before I was even ready for it, and now that the energy of the daughter does not want to come out of the deck. Can I get one more, please? Come on, one more, please. Whenever you're ready, can I get another card, please? Can I get another card, please? Can I get another card, please? Oh my goodness. Yes, thank you. And can I get messages for both, please? One more for both. One more for both, please. Come on. There we go. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Here's the thing about it. Um, the energy I'm seeing around, there's the energy I'm seeing around the mat, like the sun energy. I'm seeing someone who, like, they've got a little bit of, like, they talk first, they think later. You know what I mean? Like, it's like a little bit, it's giving me, it's giving me a little bit of, like, I said what I said. You know what I mean? Like, they have a little bit of a tendency, like, they have a little bit of this, like, I'll go first, like, you know what I mean? Like, they like to, they're like, it's they don't I don't think they mean it's here's the thing. I would it feels like a little bit of energy, to be honest. Like, it's a little bit like they don't, sometimes they don't think. Like, I don't mean that in, like, a negative way. I am also like this. I have Sag placements. Um, like, there's like there's like a little bit of this, like, there's an exuberance here, right? There's a little bit of that, like, there's, and again, it's an exuberance that sometimes borders on like recklessness. You know what I mean? But, and there's a carefree energy to it. There's a lot of this, like, it's a little bit of this, like, happy-go-lucky kind of energy. And the other, like, and the thing is about it is I feel like that's the type of energy that, and I've seen energy like this. Sometimes they don't recognize when they've offended someone, right? Sometimes they don't notice. They don't read the room. Like, they don't read the room. Like, they don't read the room. Okay. It's like, and the other energy, all they do is read the room. The other energy is all they do is read the room. And so, like, you put them together and you got like a whole person. You put them together, you got like a whole person. But the thing is, I can see that these two energies, like, they're probably at each other's throats half the time. Like, energy like this, it's like, if they come together, they're like the Wonder Twins. But if not, like, geez, like, they could be like, but together they could be unstoppable. But but first they have to stop trying to, like, tear each like, it's like, but first they got to learn how to get along, right? Because I can see this one constantly offended, constantly feeling like they have to clean up after the other one. You know, like, I see, like, I can see, I like like, like this, like, like, these two, like, they're never gonna get along, but they're gonna care about each other tremendously. You know, um, the like this, like, the like, you know, it is a little bit like an unstoppable force meets an impenetrable object. You know, and I feel like it's like, I feel like I see the fact that you gotta kind of got to act as like moderator between the two. You got to be like referee, but then you got to say to them, like, look, I'm not going to be here to referee for you both. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not always going to be here to have to play the referee. you know um and I can see that, like, I can see them, like, they go through you. You're their translation unit, you know and I can see you having to say, and this is the thing you got to start doing with them. That sounds like something you should take up with them. You got to go on strike here. You got to go on strike. Like, you got to go on strike. You got to get on. You have to go on strike, because if you're listen, I'm telling you right now, because it feels to me like a little bit of this energy is starting to get grow. Like, if this is an energy that's little anymore, because this does not feel like little. This feels like big. This feels like big, big. Like, this feels like big. Like, you can act as ref in little league. I keep on getting in little league. You get a ref. When you get to big league, you gotta know better, or you're gonna get, like, you gotta put a flag on the play. You gotta acting as the intermediary. Training wheels got to come off here. You got a guide on the other side that says training wheels got to come off. That sounds like a conversation you need to have with them. But no buts. I'm not gonna. You got to kind of step away. You got to say, like, look, I'm not always going to be here to ref between you guys, right? And you might have to stick them in a room together. Because I keep on hearing, the thing is about this is, one's going to you about it and the other one's going to you about it, you know, because they depend on you. Like, I keep on seeing, you're the glue. You got to say to them, I'm not going to always be here to be the glue. And I don't want you guys falling apart when I'm not here to glue stuff back together, you know? So I think that there's a lot of work that you need to have right now in saying to them, like, look, um, you might not always agree with each other, but you both care about the same things. You just got very different ways of showing it, you know? And they could learn a lot from one another. But the thing is, here's the thing. I see one sign that's like a really wild and rapid air sign, and I see an earth sign. I see a really, like, this could be like a Tauran energy. This is someone who's like feet on the ground, a lot of force. And then I see an air sign, and then they both look at each other and say, must be nice, right? So, like, understand different strokes. They have a lot to learn from one another, right? Like one, like the daughter energy could learn to not be so worried all the time. Could take a page. I can see like they could take a page from the other's confidence, right? The energy, the air energy, the air energy, sun energy could take a page from being a little bit more grounded, right? It's not, nobody's right here. You can't, and you cannot take sides on this because whatever they're fighting about right now, like you have to be neutral, and you got to say to them, and again, you can't be the messenger. You say, you talk to them about this. You can say to them, I'm sick of it. You say, I'm sick of it. You say, I'm not doing this. And you can say to them, because like, here's the thing, at the end of the day, all they have is each other. All right. And if they won't do it for each other, say, do it for me. You know, bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah. Because that's the thing. I keep on seeing here, I feel like there is something here where like there's like a little, like, here's the thing, there's a little bit of a wound for around you in relationality to wanting you to be on their side. Like, here's the thing, it's like, this is an old wound. Be like, but that, be like, no, both of you, I don't care who started it. I don't care who started it. You're both wrong. Because like, you have to, if they're trying to say I'm right, you say no, you're both wrong, is what you have to do. You can say I love you, but you're both being like, you both need to stop it. Like, I'm not putting up with this. I'm like, you don't, it's not, it's it's about getting along. You got to say, I want you to get along. All that matters to me is you get along. I don't care about who's right. I care about you guys getting along. If you guys aren't getting along, nobody's right. Like, that's kind of the stance that you have to take, you know? And I gotta tell you right now, you can't, there's a little bit of this energy here, right? It feels like a little bit of energy that comes towards you, trying to get you to nurse a wound, right? Like trying to be like, like you gotta say, mm-mm, right? Like, this is not like, I'm not here to take a side. I'm here to say that you like the side, like I keep on seeing you say, the side I'm on is the side of you guys getting along. Like, whatever side that is, the side of you guys getting along is the side, It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter who's wrong. Maybe you're both wrong. Like, maybe you're both wrong. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Toasty, um, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. Next person on the list for today is Ruby. Ruby, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list for today, you'll be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Also, when we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. We're already at 28.5K likes. We'll get to 50K in no time. Ooh, we're doing a dream interpretation. I love it. One of my favorites. All right. And let me just take a minute to read. Thank you for becoming level 20, Lisa. All right. Me. Hold on a minute. Just reading over some of these. Notice. Hold on a minute. Just scrolling back. Okay. Thank you. I am asking. Yep, I'm happy. Oh, I'm happy to go. Okay, thank you. And thank you, Lisa, for getting on the list. You'll be read for after Emily. If anyone else wants to get on the list right now, I'll be the 6th person read for. Yes. All right. And Booby, thank you for those hearts. Night and day. No, I can see it. Night and day, but here's the thing. You gotta, like, night and day become wonder twins, right? They gotta recognize they're on the same side. They just got different ways of doing things. It me. Thank you for confirmation, Heather. All right. Oh my God. Yes, I understand. Bearing in mind this isn't based on gender. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, of course. Absolutely. Listen, only half my placements have a connection to Sag in one way or another. Thank you for confirmation, Toasty. Very little Sag in my life. I can see this. You got to like, you're not the referee. You got to like I keep on hearing training wheels off, man. You got to say to them, I'm not always going to be here. Like I keep on saying, I'm not always going to be here to be the glue. You guys got to make your own glue here. Lol, I have a Sagittarius placements. I just discovered that trait. Was like, no wonder. Just kidding. Here's the Sages are always like, that's the thing about it. Like Sages accidentally take up a lot of space. You know? Like Sages sometimes don't recognize like the impact they have when they enter a place. I like to point out that often Taurus are described as a bull in a china shop. No, Tauruses are very aware of their energy. If a Taurus knocks something over, I guarantee you a Taurus meant to break it. Sagittarius are the bulls in the china shop of life. It's not the Taurus. If a Taurus comes in and knocks something over, I would put every amount of money on the fact that the Taurus intended to knock it over. Sagittarius are the bull in the china shop. Sagittarius are like, what? And their tail's knocking things over. They're like, huh? I feel like this is my past and current self. Thank you for receiving this message, Ava. Why can't we all get along? Oh, because again, good luck getting an air sign like it's someone an air sign like this and an earth sign. Like, you know, they care for each other. They can't stand each other. No, I can see it though, because they're jealous. It's like I see them going, must be nice. Must be nice. Like must be nice. But they also they vie for your affection. This started because they're like, it's like, you got to say to them, you can't you like it's no favorites. You know, my mom has an Aries moon, and I wish I'd recorded all the things she's blurted out over the years. Well, here's the thing, Aries say it in a fit of anger. Like Sages just say like Sages is just like foot in mouth all the time. You know. Oh my God, this reminds me so much of me and my brother. Thank you for confirmation, Kay. A week ago, she told me she was utterly disappointed in me for a way I'm trying to rebuild my life. Oh, you don't, you should always, anytime you're trying to rebuild your life, you should be very proud. I'll tell you that right there, Heather. All right. Hold on a minute. This reminds me so much, specifically when I talked about studying tarot. You're going to be a fortune teller. Every parent's dream. I get it. I feel it in my soul. But again, I'm wishing you a lot of support on that journey, Heather. Thank you for confirmation, Toasty. Yes, you've got Wi-Fi. I'm so glad, Grace. Good to cut out triangulation in family dynamics. I feel like an Aries moon will say things and say, the thing with an Aries moon is those with and giving a little empathy there. Aries moon will sometimes come into that space of saying, I'm saying something hard, but I want what's best for you. Right. And so sometimes it can be really difficult for those with Aries moon because it can feel very Spartan. Right. And sometimes it has to be a reminder and saying, like emotional support is important too. Like I feel like I like to like those with Aries moon sometimes have had very difficult lives, much like those with Capricorn moons, right? Aries moons and Capricorn moons can have a lot of trauma in their past. So for those with Aries moon, sometimes it's that space of saying like, I'm trying to protect you from the experiences that I had, right? So it's like it's understanding that rigidity, it doesn't come because they don't care. It's really because they think that they have to make you tough. It can be very difficult to have to navigate someone with an Aries moon placement for that reason. You know. Thank you. You're so welcome, Toasty. Ava, if you're okay with Kay going before you, then yes, you'd be after Kay. All right, we're doing a dream interpretation right now for Ruby. And I've got you right now. Lisa, you are 1, 2, 3, 4th. You're the fourth person. You're the fifth person on the list for today. Usually Hayden visits in my dreams because he's about to visit, but I don't think that's the case. Got you, dear. So I'm curious. Hi there, Amber. How are you doing? That's really kind of you to say, Cindy. I do my best. Hi there, Malia. Thank you for being here. And Amber, welcome. What up with my hair? What's up with my hair? My brother and I are oil and water and just started to get along and play to each other's strength. Energy like this, as they age, will typically start to get closer, right? But they have to be willing to work together, right? Thank you. That's really kind of you to say, Malia. Strega, do not. Sorry, my cat was trying to eat. She's been don't. My brother's a Taurus, and they are mostly chill. Hold on a minute. Pisces and Taurus are sextile. Yep. And that's the thing. Like, I mean, here's the thing: Pisces and Taurus can get along. It's like one of those moments. Like when things are good, they're very, very good. When they're bad, it's awful. It's like when things are good, it's very, very good. When it's bad, it's awful. Hi there. Oh, did something happen? Okay. My sister, though, she's a Virgo, so opposition to Pisces sun. We have a dynamic. Virgo and Pisces can be difficult. It can be hard because it's where you put your priorities, right? And Virgo is constantly cringing for Pisces, and Pisces is constantly cringing for Virgo. I remember us talking about our Virgo sisters in solidarity. If Ava needs to go before me, oh, thank you, dear. I'm cool with that. Thank you, Ava. Thank you guys for helping us with the list. Hold on a minute. No, I'm just cleaning. No rush. Thank you. My parents would have to build a wall of stuff between us in the car for long vacations. No, I get it. I can see it. Thank you. Love my, and here's the thing. Yeah, like love. It's like lots of love, but it's hard. Okay. Opinion on Virgo Mars and Pisces Mars. Here's the, no, that it's, they're not going to get along because Pisces Mars is going to be like, I express my emotions I use my emotions to move things forward. Virgo is going to be like, I repress my emotions for that reason, right? Like it's going to be energy being like energy, like Virgo is going to look at to Pisces and be like, you shouldn't have done that. And then Pisces is going to look at Virgos and be like, you should have done something. You know what I mean? Like it can be very difficult in that way. All right. Next person on the list right now is Ruby. So Ruby, it says to me, is that the clarification? You just want clarification on the dream. Did you describe the dream here, or are we just getting a sense of the? You just want you. I can just read on the dream without without the description. So you want to get clarification on what the dream was about that you had last night? And just a reminder to anybody joining us right now. We are at 50K. When we get to 50K, I will be doing a giveaway and gifting a reading back to the collective. We're at 30K right now, so we'll get to 50K in no time. Just make sure you keep tapping that screen. All right. Yes, I described the dream. Where did you describe it? Did I miss it? Hold on. I might have missed it. Give me a minute. I don't know why I didn't see it. Did anyone else see it? Kay, did you see it? All I saw, hold on, I'm just backing it up. So, all right, so all I'm seeing here, and Cindy, thank you for getting on the list here. You'll be read for after Lisa. All right. Okay, I'm just going to tell you what I see on my end, Ruby, and let me know if I missed something. All I see is last night dream interpretation. And then I see usually Hayden visits in my dreams because he's about to visit, but I don't think that's the case. Okay, so that is the full explanation of the dream. Okay. No, so I'm curious. Oh, okay. So we're okay. Oh, so we're doing a dream interpretation as to why he's not in the dreams. Is that what we're doing? I just want to make sure I'm understanding clearly before I start reading. No, why he is, oh, he's in, okay, I got it now. Okay, I got it now. Thank you. I'm sorry. I understand now. Okay, can I get 4 cards, please, for Ruby? 4 cards for Ruby as to what's going on with the dreams right now. Yep. Oh, you know what this is about. all right, I'm gonna tell you if they're popping up, this is why. Because I feel like someone is intentionally trying to create distance between you and them. I keep on hearing it's not fair. I keep hearing it's not fair. It's not, I keep on hearing like the energy is being very conscientious. It's being very mindful. I can see it's very much similar to what I was reading for before. This is not a circumstance or situation where someone does not care about you. I see a situation where someone recognizes and cares too much, right? But they identify the difference in what they and how they feel about you versus what they can give you or what you deserve. I literally see someone who cares about you tremendously, and that love, like that force of love, is why they are keeping their distance. They're like, it hurts them, but they know it's best. I can see, like, I can see it's like it's causing them pain, but they're saying it's better this way. It's for the best. I cannot give that person what it is I know that they're deserving of, right? And I keep on seeing that something about them appearing in that dream space is karmic, in the sense that it's saying to me that it's trying to express, like, I keep on seeing like the energy that's like, I mean, emotionally or spiritually, they found a way to visit you, right? But without creating, I don't think they're doing it. Even if, like, sometimes you can, like, I see like this type of energetic connection. Here's the thing: they can't control what their spirit does when they sleep. You know what I mean? They can't control what their spirit does when they sleep. So they're like, I feel like this is a bit of that energy, like coming towards you in some kind of space that it feels like it's harmless, because it feels like I keep on seeing visitation without giving false expectations, you know? Visitation without giving false expectations, or without doing something, that is, like, that's going to interfere with your path. I mean, I can see the fact that it's interfering a bit, but I can see the energy. I literally hear the energy saying, I'm sorry, I can't help it. I can hear the energy going, I'm sorry, I can't help it. I'm sorry, I can't help it. um you know so I feel like this is basically, it's giving me. I keep on hearing them, like, I hear them saying the situation sucks. They're like, it's like the dreams are like them are trying to say, like, I wish I had a time machine. Like, the timing on all of this sucks. They're like, I recognize if I met you later, everything would be great, but I'm not ready. You know, like, I can see them being like, I'm not ready. And I know, like, I can see this, and it's like, and I keep on seeing, like, I keep on hearing this energy say, like, it's going to devastate me, you know? Like, this is literally the energy I see. And again, they don't like it when I tell you this, because they like, and I see, like, they're not in I have to stress this. Under no contexts is this an energy that's trying to come into the pretense of telling you to wait for them. Like, that's how much I see the force of this energy that cares about you, right? Because this is the energy that says, I know I'm not ready. I don't know when I'll ever be ready. It's not right for me to make you wait. You deserve, I keep on hearing them say, you deserve your manifestations now, right? I hear them saying, you deserve your manifestations now. And I feel like there's something about, I keep on seeing that there's something about them being able to come towards you in the context of the dream that feels like a happy medium, right? They get to visit you, but they don't need to inadvertently create that false pretense. Um, Bottom of the deck. Yeah, like, especially with this 9 of cups, like, that's why I keep on hearing, like, this is, and I need to stress this, and this is why I like this energy. because I keep on seeing that like the communication here is someone I keep on hearing, I do not want anyone waiting for me. You know, they're on a I keep on hearing they're on a journey. They're on a journey. They're like they're on a journey. They're on a journey. You know, they're playing catch up in something. I keep on hearing someone saying, "I'm finally getting to live the life that I did not get to like. I'm finally getting to live the life that I didn't have the luxury of living." I see someone that had to take on a ridiculous amount of responsibility at an early age. And that's why I see that, I see someone that isn't trying to rush the process because I keep on seeing that this energy says, I don't want it to feel like a drag. I don't want to feel like a burden. I want to be able to, I literally see someone, I don't know why I keep seeing this. I see someone that's given themselves permission to be a kid again, you know? Like I see someone that's finally getting to live life on their terms, that's not feeling the burden or weight. I don't know, like it feels like someone who had to potentially have to care about others at a very early age that was always in that space of feeling some kind of yoke of responsibility. And I keep on seeing, and that's why I keep on seeing like this is the energy. I see the energy looking to you and saying, I don't want you to get the wrong idea. You are not, like I see them going, you are not a burden. I've been burdened. Right? They keep on saying, you are not a burden, but I am one who has been burdened. And I'm finally getting to live life on my terms. And that's why the energy says, I don't know when I'll be energetically ready. So that's why, and I keep on seeing like that's the energy that, like, I feel like they're putting that distance there because they care. It's not from a lack of care, it's from like it's from a lot of care, but there's a mindfulness as it relates to they feel like reaching out to you in the tangible space paid like plane would be self-indulgent, right? It would feel good, but it wouldn't be good. So thank you so much for having that reading with me, Ruby. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to, yeah, this drives them nuts. I can see this. I can see the energy that's like already like I see someone saying the day that I see them being like the day that you're with someone, it's gonna, I see them trying to prepare themselves for it. I keep on hearing them say it's not if, it's when. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Ruby. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. Thank you, much Red Bull cards. The next person on the list right now is K Megan. K Megan, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anyone else would like to get on the list right now, you'll be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 person read for. We're also at 31K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. And they also, I got to point out, they don't like me telling you these things. Like they're saying, because again, they're like, do not wait. They're like, do not wait. Thank you so much, Christine, for having that reading with me. All right. Okay, that's enough. Okay, sorry. All right. I'm going to take a minute to read. Thank you so much, Christine, for getting on the list. You'll be read for after Cindy. And if anyone else wants to get on the list for today, we've got 4 spots left for today. 4 spots left, and then the list will be closed for the day. So make sure if you'd like to get on the list, please do so sooner rather than later. Okay, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And just taking a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, if anyone's joining us across the other platforms and would like to get on the list, all you need to do is send the donation payment and you'll be added to the list via my tree that has links in it in my bio. All right. Got it. I pinned all concede. Thank you, Kay, for the help. No, why is he? Like, very good if person A has rising sign ascendant, person B has descendant and opposing sign. I mean, it can work. I mean, as long as, like, again, I need to point this out. I'm not the type of person that says, like, this is going to work or not going to work. Everything can work. It's recognizing what the difficulty points are. And that's the thing, like sometimes when we got certain things that are oppositional, it's always going to be a little bit of heavy path work and relationality to that. Hi there, Kitty. Sorry, person B has rising sign and opposing sign. That would mean each other's rising sign in 7H. Yes. Hi there, Erica. Oh, happy day. I hope you're having an absolutely beautiful one. Um, and thank you. I hope you're doing something fun for your birthday. I mean, there are ways to travel the astral plane to meet up. I mean, I see a situation there, Heather, where it feels like I just keep on seeing, like, I see some kind of situation here that I don't think someone's doing it intentionally. It feels like it feels unintentional, you know? Oh, it's almost their birthday too. Thank you for confirmation, Ruby. Sending love. It is. It sounds hard. I mean, here's the thing. Like, there's a lot of this. It's like it's rough stuff. It's like rough energy right now, you know? I'm not surprised to see, like, again, these dream spaces right now. There's a lot of energetic conflict. There's a lot of karmic stuff coming through on it. He'll always be a really good friend at the very least. Yeah. I can see, like, I can see someone like wincing through that as they say that to themselves. And Abby, thank you for the follow. Dolly, this reading really, hold on a minute. Boop, boop, boop. This reading made my eyes watery. Be strong and patient. I mean, here's the thing. This is an energy, like this energy care. This is energy that's saying, do not be patient. That's what's beautiful about it. This is energy that's saying, I cannot say when that day is. You should not feel that need to wait. I wish they understood that they're trying to solve everything on their own creates a lot of confusion. I've got UK. I mean, sometimes that takes, I mean, I feel like this is I keep on hearing, I see someone saying they're trying to live the life that was denied to them. Could I please have a reading on my brother and my dad's relationship? What's happening with them? Absolutely, Kay, and thank you for your help moderating. Can I get 4 cards? And thank you, Ruby, for your help moderating. Guys, please thank Ruby and Kay for all of their help. Can I get 4 cards for Kay, please? Highest priority messages from Spirit about that relationship, please. I mean, I see someone that worries about their choices as it relates to relationships, as it relates to, I feel like I see someone who thinks that someone lets, like, I see one person who follows their heart, and I see another person saying, "You got to stop doing that." I see someone, I see somebody who follows their heart in whatever direction it leads, and I see some other energy around them saying, "You've got to stop doing that. You've got to, like." I keep on hearing someone say, "Your heart's an idiot." I hear someone saying, "I follow my heart," and I hear another person saying, "Your heart is an idiot." You can't trust that guy. He's going. You can't trust that guy. I feel like he thinks he's like, you can't. This is. And here's the thing. And they're very similar. Listen, they're very similar. But the thing is, one is a hopeless romantic, and the other is a recovering romantic. Like one is a hopeless romantic, and the other one is a recovering romantic. It's not that they're not both romantic. It's just that one is much more cynical. Like, it's like I see one person saying it's romantic, and I see another person being like, that's not romance, it's a trauma bond. Like, I see someone being like, it's like another person being like, this is the romance of a life, like this is a romance, and the other person going, that's not a romance, it's a trauma bond. It's like, like, you can I can see someone being like, you can romanticize anything. Like, I can see someone being like, what's romantic? Like, like, not be. I literally see someone saying, what's romantic, not being romantic. They've got different opinions on what romance is. I see somebody, and this is the thing. I see one energy trying to protect an energy from themselves, because I see some energy that says, like, no matter what, and another energy saying it shouldn't require there to be like, and I keep on hearing someone say the call of love is I would do anything, and the response of love is but I wouldn't make you have to, you know? I see, like, I feel like there's a lot of this force, and I can see, and this is the thing, like, they don't, here's the thing about it, like, they trigger each other because I keep on seeing this. They're very similar, but there's a force here that feels like they made a lot of mistakes, right? And that's the thing that's impossible about it. It's not that this person doesn't understand. This person sees the energetic child and says, I don't want you to have to go through what I went through. I don't want you to have to fight those battles. I don't want you, and there's no, I can see them. They're like, they want to bang their head into the wall because I keep on seeing someone that's deeply trying to say to someone, like, look, I get it. I get it in a profound way, right? Like, and this is, and I can see the energy going, oh my God, I become a cliche. Like, this is the energy is like, oh my, I can see someone being like, I've become a cliche. I can't, what do I do here? It's like, I can't say anything. It's like, I can see some energy being like, oh my gosh, like they're remembering what they were like, you know? And this is why I keep on seeing someone say, like, if I say something, then they're just gonna, then I have become I keep on hearing, if I say something, I've become the violent opposition of the no matter what. Like, I see, like, the energy, like I see the energy going, oh no, I can't do anything because if I say anything, I become the violent opposition that becomes the no matter what, you know? Um, so it feels very difficult because I can see this energy, like, and it feels to me like I see one person that keeps on saying to another, you don't understand, right? I can see someone trying to say to another person, you don't understand, right? Like the younger to the older is saying, you don't understand. And I see them saying to them, no, you don't understand, right? Like it's literally like it's hard. And I feel like, again, like I see someone that feels entirely sure that, like, they will understand someday, but they're trying to say to them, they're like, I don't want you to have to go through the experiences that I went through. But I also, like, I see someone being like, I also know myself enough to know there's nothing I can say to you to prevent you from doing so. Like, that's what I see is like I see someone that is like following their heart. And I see another person saying, like, like, I care about you. Um, I don't want you to be careless in that way. Like, I just keep on seeing, um, it feels like I just keep on seeing someone, like, and that's the funny thing about it. It's not that this energy doesn't understand. It just remember, like, I see someone's like that, they're me. I see them looking, being like, that was exactly what I was like. There's nothing I can say. This is energy being like, I see energy literally looking at someone being like, this is my karmic debt. Like, this is my karmic debt. They're just like me. They're just like, oh no, they're just like me. Like, it's a little bit of that, Um, bottom, but like, not in a negative way, but in that way of being like, there's nothing I can say to them. Like, bottom of the deck. Yeah, Queen of Cups energy, right? Like, it's a lot of that, um, like, it's a lot of that space that, you know, I feel like I just see some circumstances or situations where I see someone very worried about, um like, and it's interesting too because it almost feels like, um like, it's almost like they seek out some kind of, I don't know if there was like a relationship where someone was hurt here, but I just keep on seeing like I don't know why, but I feel like there's something here where um like I almost feel like there's a communication that comes through in relationality to the desire to fix something, right? And I can kind of see someone trying to say to another person, our job isn't, I see someone trying to say to another, our job isn't to save each other from ourselves. Our job is to save ourselves for each other, right? I keep on hearing that come through. I feel like they're trying to say to them the message of saying our job isn't to save, isn't to feel like we need to save each other from ourselves. It's learning to save ourselves for the energy around us. And I feel like that's the thing. Like, I see someone, it's not that they don't have compassion. I feel like it's the compassion that they feel that is what makes the other person conscientious or worried. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Kay. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you'd like to get on the list is open. You will be the fifth person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Thanks to my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to get insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, we're at 34.8K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure that you're tapping that screen. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Okay. And if you're joining, oh, hi there, Lyra. I'm happy to read for you. If you'd like to get on the list here, all you need to do is send the donation payment via my tree that has links in it in my Lio, and you'll be added to the list. All right. Hold on a minute. Just reading. Okay. It was a beautiful reading, Ruby. The spirits being like, and also one more thing. No, they kept like that's the thing. Like there's a like I gotta point out, like when I tell you, like every time I read for this energy, they're like they're like it's like they don't, like they keep on saying they do not want you to misunderstand that. They don't want you to build, like they keep on saying they don't want you to build a false hope in waiting for something. Because I keep on seeing someone say, I do not want to create, I do not know when I will, if when or if I will ever be ready. Right? Like I keep on seeing that there. You said dream space. I just came in. Are you seeing disruption within dreams regularly right now? Casey, I'm not seeing disruption in dreams. What I'm seeing is a lot of conflict in dreams. The reason we're getting a lot of conflict in dreams right now, Mars is in Aries, is in Cancer. So Mars is dreaming, and there's too many planets in Aries house. So dreams right now about being in crowded places, conflict, a lot of dreams potentially around conflict right now that are occurring. So also potentially issues staying asleep because Aries sleeps lightly. That's unfortunate part about the perfect person at the wrong time. No, I see, like that's the thing about it. Like that's literally what I'm seeing here. You know, like I feel like there's a lot of that force of energy, and this is the energy saying I can't force myself to be somewhere where I'm not. You know, it's like I keep on hearing the song Mandy. You know, yes, the 75 degrees and bright and sunny, going to climb some trees and spend the day outside. Erica, that sounds amazing. Go for it. All right. Yeah, she is a lot of conflict at the moment. Thank you for confirming, Kay. I've been trying to decide if his behavior is intentional or not. The fact is, it's not okay. Regardless of whether it's intentional or not, if it's not okay, it's okay to inhabit that feeling as long as you're experiencing and expressing it openly. You're so welcome, Casey. Thank you guys for supporting the mods. I love that. You're so welcome, Dolly. That's my brother telling my dad his heart is an idiot. Thank you. Yes. I think the hopeless romantic is my Cancer dad. Interesting. But here's the thing, this is the conflict I'm seeing between them, right? Like I see someone like that's saying like I would do anything for love, and then like I see someone else being like, but you shouldn't have to. I see someone being like, but you shouldn't have to. Different perspectives on the romance of life. Yes, to have to claim. Good afternoon, Kia. Good to see you. You think the energies would be reversed. You would, but you know, this is what happens sometimes. Tarot class already occurred, Kia. We had it this past Wednesday, but the next one is going to be on April 16th. But if you missed the live class, it is available right now. All you need to do is head over to my Substack, and paid subscribers have access to the class recording and course materials. My brother is kind of in the parent role in that way. Okay, this is interesting because I keep on seeing, like, I keep on hearing someone say, like, you got to protect your heart. Like you can't just it's not it's not about it's not I keep on saying it's not about save I keep on hearing someone trying to tell the other person it's not about saving someone from themselves. We save each other for one another. Thank you for confirmation. And Dada, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Just saw this. Funny enough, their sign is in my seventh descendant. Thank you, Dada, again for sharing the live. As a parent, one of the hardest lessons I've learned is seeing my kid go through the same thing. It's frustrating, right? And then you also like again, you're like nothing. I know exactly how I'm gonna come across. Like you're like I know what they're gonna do. Like I know like this is my karmic debt. Yeah, like that's that moment. Like I know anything I say. My dad was a know-it-all, and now he sees his son the same way. He's like, okay, checkmate. You don't know. No, it's these two are too similar. Like this is like same person, different body, trying to give my kid advice or help prevent them from feeling that pain. It causes there's some, you understand that some lessons need to be experienced. That's what we call about wisdom, if I'm interpreting correctly. Yeah, I mean, I keep on seeing like I feel like I see someone that says like I see someone being like who romanticizes things that another person doesn't find romantic. They think they're traumatizing. Right? I see a conversation of someone saying, "That's not romance, it's a trauma bond." You know what I mean? Like that's not love. Like that is not that's not romantic. It's painful. Alchemizing pain into compassion. Yep, best thing I can do for my kiddo is to take my experiences and use them to be a good listener. Absolutely, beautifully said, Rainbow. Alchemizing pain into compassion. Yes, my brother worries about him. They worry about each other. They worry about each other for different reasons. No, I see the energy, like they're like a mirror, like the energy going, I'm worried about you. And them going, I'm worried about you. Right? Like I see the energy being like, you're prioritizing the wrong things. And they're going, you're prioritizing the wrong things. Like, it's a lot of that. I'm a Leo rising. They're an Aquarius sun and moon, Aries rising. Well, here's the thing, Aries, like Leo and Aries can get along. Like I like to point out, like Leo and Aries, when things are good, they're very, very good. When things are bad, they're awful. You know, my brother says my dad has narcissistic tendencies, and I'm like, I think that's a little far. I mean, I see someone, I can see someone, like I need to point this out like and I feel like I see it in the space of someone being able to say that by the means of saying that they can romanticize anything, right? Like I can see someone in that space of working through like I see someone that looks towards another and says like they're making something all about themselves in some way, right? Like there's something about them looking at like I can see a little bit of like that's what I meant about like looking to each other and saying you're doing something wrong. Like they're like they're arguing with each other because they know each other very well and they think they both think they're prioritizing the wrong things. Yeah, my dad thinks my brother thinks he knows everything. Yeah. But yeah, I need to point out, like your dad thinks that because he thinks he knows everything. You see what's happening here? You see what's happening here? They're too alike. I'm like, I'm gonna let you guys sort this out. No, you have to. You have got to be Switzerland here. You've got to be neutral party. You cannot. You have got to be. You cannot. You cannot take sides on this. You are doing the right thing. Back away. You might want to check. Hold on a minute. You might want to check your DMs to refresh. Oh, absolutely, Cindy. Thank you. I mean, typically I don't. I'm not sure what you mean by checking DMs because I typically don't do sessions in DMs. Um, but so my brother is the one saying we save ourselves for each other. And yeah, well, here's the thing, cancers can romanticize everything. Like that's the thing about it. Like that's the thing with cancers. And Leos are like, that's the thing. Leos would be like, you shouldn't have to romanticize things that hurt. My dad is a Cancer moon. Has time seen me as a know-it-all? I don't get you. Are there any positive changes for Aries coming up? There can be right now, loves, but it has to do in the space of finding patience for the self, patience for those around the self. Darn, she's wanted to be mine, tried to not her, but I want it. Sending you support on that journey, Kia. I'm not sure about the details on that, but I always point out a healthy relationship is one where you have clarity of purpose and intent moving forward. My brother sees my dad indulging and he says he's not romantic. He's trying to band-aid a wound. Well, that's the thing again. Like that's the thing. One thing, like they're romanticized. Like I see one person being like, that's why I keep on hearing that's not romantic. It's trauma, right? Yes, there should be space right now, basically, if you'd like to get on the list. All right. Cindy, each child has a different experience with their parents. That's very true. Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. You're so welcome. It makes much sense to me. I've been trying to get it. Yep, that's them. Again, I don't like utilizing these labels. I don't like strapping a label on something and saying that because I feel like that term right now is used for too much, it's too ambiguous. So I hope this helps clarify what's occurring there. All right, next person we're reading for today is Ava. Ava, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anyone else would like to get on the list right now, you will be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the 6th person read for. You're so welcome, dear, and thank you for all of your help as mod. Ava, could I have an introduction to my spirit guide so I know who I talk to? Absolutely, dear. Can I please get 2 cards for Ava, please? Emmy, if you give me your name. Okay, I'm going to read Emmy, you're next. You're next. I'm also probably going to be closing the list shortly because the list is a little tight today. So if anybody wants to get on the list, please do so sooner rather than later because the list will be closing shortly. All right, can I please get 2 cards for Ava on the guides, please? You got 2. One, wait. So I'm just going to tell you right now, like, okay, I don't know if I've said this before, but I keep on, I'm seeing. So here's the thing with guides, okay? And like I'll always be completely clear with this. Our guides build a very personal relationship with us. And often when I'm reading with guides, sometimes the guides for like guides don't want us to be in a space where we lean on them too heavily, right? Guides like to come to us when we feel the security of ourselves, that we don't feel like we implicitly like list like it feels like, keep on saying, a conversation instead of instructions is what I need to stress here. Okay. And so I actually see the fact that there is a guide around you right now. And they're actually they're and I know I need to they want, like, if it feels like there's some fogginess as to what that energetic connection is, they're saying that they don't want me to intervene in that right now because there's something really important that they're saying to me as it relates to you finding confidence in yourself. And a lot of this work, they're actually saying to me that when you're in a space of feeling emotionally confident in yourself, when you're in a space where when you're in that space where um, you feel the security and support in trusting yourself and your instincts, they're going to bring themselves forward, is what I keep on seeing. Like it feels a lot like again, and like it feels a lot like this energetic connection here. But I feel like I keep on seeing you're starting to build that point of introduction. You're starting to build you're starting to build that space. But they're actually like they're intentionally saying to me that they would rather they want that connection or that introduction to be between you and them, because they don't want to bring it forth to you in such a way that it's going to take your own feeling of confidence in yourself away in the process, because there's some kind of work they're doing with you right now that is built upon or based upon you finding confidence in yourself and your own judgment upon things. Bottom of the deck on this reading. I don't know if there's like, here's the thing about it. Like, I keep on seeing this. Like, they keep, like, here's the thing with a good guide. A good guide, I sometimes see this. This is often something that often comes through. Um, I think I was having a reading for someone like this recently, with it's like when someone when okay, how do I describe this best? When there's a guide that's a big deal, there's a guy, when there's a guide with a like that's a big deal, they don't sometimes want to come forward until they feel like you're confident in yourself, because they don't. I keep on hearing someone say they don't want you looking to them for answers. Right. They don't want it to, they don't, I keep on hearing them say, they don't want you to feel like it's an instruction manual. They don't want to feel like you have to be in that. They want, I keep on hearing them say even plane. They want even plane. They want an even plane with you. And that's why they keep on saying that it's building into that state of finding the strength in yourself to forge that connection, because I keep on hearing they don't want it to feel like a top down connection. They want it to be a balance point. And that's why they're actually saying to me they would prefer that I don't articulate upon that, because they're saying to me that when the time's ready where they feel like that would be a moment that they introduce themselves to you at a point of balance, they would like that opportunity. And I have to be respectful of what that guide is asking, but they are saying that if you're seeing signs of them, that those are there. We're trying to reach out to you about your car's extended warranty. Like it's a little bit of that energy here, but they're saying that like there's a lot of this work that they're doing in the reassurance and confidence of yourself, um, that's helping you recognize and understand your own strength, your own beauty, and your own power. So thank you so much for having that reading with me. And I keep on hearing that they keep on saying it's not about me, it's about them. That's why they keep on saying I'm not going to introduce myself until they realize, like until they feel that sense. Like there's a lot of work you're doing right now in your heart chakra. So no pressure on that either. Like just give you, like they're saying you're actively doing that. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Ava. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. The list is now closed, but if you'd like to book a private reading with me, you can do so on my site. Next person on the list for today is Emily. Emily, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. All right, just taking a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. I'm going to do my best to do one card readings for subscribers today, Yaz. I am a little tight on time. All right. I've got you. Thank you, basically. And not. Thank you for the share. Thank you for the compliment, Tracy. Okay. Yaz, can I get a reading about my friendship with Claudia? Yaz, did you get on the list here? I reach out a lot when I'm feeling lost. And that's the thing about it. Like they keep on saying me are never lost, you know? Emmy Boo, love. Usually I trust my intuition. However, overwhelming depth of emotions make an idiot heart. That's like the vibe right now. Can I get four? Never an idiot heart. Can I get 4 cards, please? Highest priority messages from Spirit for Emmy around love, please. I mean, here's the thing about it. I feel like you're kind of working through this. Recognizing the emotions don't hold directions, right? The emotion, the often the emotions ask for things that are missing. I feel like there's something really important about the pathwork of love here, which is saying to me, it's helping you recognize the feeling, the difference between love and longing. Your guides are saying, remember the difference between love and longing, because sometimes we confuse longing with love, right? Remembering, what does longing feel like? Longing feels like a lack. Longing feels like a desire for something that is not there, right? There's a lot of longing can feel very overwhelming. It can feel really strong. But remembering the difference, the guides are saying right now, when you feel the emotions, you have to ask the emotions and say to them, are you feeling so strongly because you're singing the song of being fulfilled? Or are you singing the song of missing something or mourning something that you're not receiving? Because I keep on seeing, I feel like I see you kind of in some kind of space of recovering from something here, but it's painful. It's something about not reaching a fruition point, something that feels like it was constantly out of reach. And I have to stress this: if there was someone here who was like, if you're healing or recovering from something where another person was trying to withhold partnership, trying to tell you that they weren't going to do so until something is perfect, remember, partnership does not require perfection. Partnership requires mutual acknowledgement on what is being worked upon. And often, energy that does not want to build into partnership will try to say that the reason they're not doing so is because something isn't perfect, because it's it's convenient, right? Perfection is not a location, it's a cardinal direction, right? And if we say to each other, well, I'm not giving you this because it's not perfect, then that day will never come. Perfect does not exist. Like they're saying to me right now, you need to heal. Like that's your mantra, right? Lack of perfection should not require a lack of direction. A lack of perfection should not require a lack of direction, because perfection does not exist. And if someone was trying to tell you that they weren't giving you direction on where something was going because something wasn't perfect, recognize and identify that wasn't necessarily an energy that was hoping to build something with you. That was an energy that was always going to try to find a lack space as to give you excuses as to why they couldn't. Bottom of the deck on this reading right now. I want you to be very mindful of this, because it feels like this type of energy is hovering around you right now. And I'm going to tell you right now, if there's something coming towards you, right? If someone did not provide clarity as it relates to the direction something was going, now we've got a lot of this Neptune energy here. Saying I miss you is not directions. Saying that one has a lot of love for another is not directions. We can have a lot of feelings, but give direction. Make sure that someone's not trying to heal something by coming back to you and expounding upon everything that they feel, especially if there was some place that you left something that required work, right? Because I keep on seeing, be very wary of energy that wants to restart a cycle with you. Be very wary of someone that tries to create distance and then tries to tell you that they miss you, and then basically tries to bring something back to the space that it began in, because they don't want to proceed beyond a certain point. I keep on hearing healthy love feels good, is good. It feels good because it feels good to have and have it, and then it is good because it provides us clarity in terms of where it's going. And if something does not provide that clarity, then you have to kind of look at it as something that feels like it might be more in that space of longing, right? But you have to ask yourself, if you're holding on to something in that way, are you holding on to it because it was everything that you desired it to be, or is because it would never reach the fruition point? Because everything I keep on seeing here is like, I feel like there's a lot of I see you very much in a space of progress in terms of identifying what feels like it's for you versus what you need to let go of. Thank you so much, Emmy, for having that reading with me, and thank you for being a subscriber. Nikki, I got you, dear. I'm kind of big deal, but don't worry about it. Like I have to say, Betty, when I see readings like that, it is typically conducive of the fact that it is a big deal energy. It's like typically energy like that can be It's like, I like to point out, like I see, it's like the guide with sunglasses. They're always like, I'm kind of a big deal. Like they're like, I don't want to, I don't like, they're like, I'll let them know when they're ready because they don't want, I keep on hearing them say, it's not about me. Feeling confused. Okay. How can I let go of an attachment to someone's identity as they're going through changes? I'm not sure what you mean by that, Elux. I'm happy to give more clarity on that. Or if you'd like to book a reading, we can explore that. Ugh, feeling. Would love one if you can. No, I didn't get on the list. My question was one card. Oh, sorry, we're not at one cards right now, Yaz. You're so welcome, Annie. All right, next person we're reading for today is Lisa. Lisa, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anyone else would like to get on the list right now, you will be, the list is closed, but you can book a private reading on my site. You're so welcome. Second call right now for Lisa. Second call right now for Lisa. All right, if Lisa isn't here, we're going to continue forward to Cindy. Cindy, oh, hi there, Lisa. How are you doing, dear? Can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? All right. Hi, dear. Also, we're at 38.8K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. All right. Can we chat? We can always chat, dear. And thank you again, Emmy Boo, for listen. I got to tell you right now, Emmy Boo, the one thing I'm seeing right now is I want you to be very. I want you to ground right now because there's a lot of this Neptune energy, and I feel like there's something about some energy from the past trying to pull you back. So I want you to remember, healthy connection is one that provides directions. That was coming through very strongly in that reading. All right. I've got you, Lisa. Can we chat with my partner's guides? Ooh, I want to know them. Yes, I love that question. That gave me an image of a guide with sunglasses on, hood, man. Like Mean Girls. I love what I see. Sometimes those higher guys are like, not yet. They're like, not yet. Need to know bases. I'll like my people will tell your people when you're ready. All right. Can I please get, all right. Can I get 4 cards, please? Highest party messages from Spirit for Lisa on the guides of the partner. Come on. Okay. Come on. One more, please. Come on. One. Oh, really? Come on. Oh, fine. There's 2 guides. Okay. There's 2 guides. And here's the thing, like, I'm getting here. Like, here's the thing about it. They're in opposition. Like these 2 guides, they don't get along. Yeah. Like, I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. I often see guide work like this with someone with scorpionic placements, right? Particularly and especially because I just want to say, like, the one thing I identify here is there's something really important that I see in relationality to someone coming here with the desire to feel confident in their decisions. And so sometimes when we have a lot of that work in learning to trust ourselves, we will receive guides that feel like they give us oppositional instruction. Okay, like we will have guides that feel like they're opposite, like they're on different sides to a certain extent, because it's in the framework. It's in the framework of having to navigate through like what that opposition of force is, that we're able to find our voice. And I feel like there's something about this individual that they came here to a certain extent trying to clear their throat chakra. There's something really valuable and important about that's occurring in this space. So what's interesting about it is I see someone that feels frequently like they're walking a tightrope, you know Like it's giving me a little bit of this energy where I see, and I don't think it's necessarily a negative tightrope, because um, I see like it's giving me a little bit of daredevil energy. Like I see someone like it's giving me a little like it's okay to walk a tightrope so long as you're a daredevil. You know what I mean? Like when you're like, I know most of us would be like, oh, walking a tightrope, and I'm like, no, they love it. They're a daredevil. You know what I mean? Like they love that feeling of, they love the tension. They love cutting the tension. They like having a little bit of that feeling of not knowing, or not know, or not recognizing, like, and it feels very interesting because it does. I'm not sure why I'm getting this, but it feels like a lot of that work is often like their path work is a lot like right or left. You know what I mean? Like it's a lot like it's a lot of like it's in the context, but I don't see it in a negative way. I feel like this is someone who like likes that endorphin rush. They like to gamble. They're like yes, like they like they like a little bit like this type of intensity would not be for someone who's of the faint of heart. But that's why I feel like these two guides are like working with them in that way, because I feel like this isn't someone that's swayed by another's opinion. This is the energy that often has to be in that space with their guides and says like, this is, I decide. You know what I mean? Like I decide. Like thanks for the note. Like like thanks for the note. I don't care. Like it's a lot of that type of thing. I do want to give you some bottom of the deck information. Yeah, there's I keep on seeing, there's something about this here. Their past life, they were honestly, you would not, I keep on hearing, you would not have recognized this energy from the past. They were much more conservative. In the past life, they I keep on seeing like someone that was very cloistered, you know. It's saying to me, like I keep on hearing like someone came into this experience to like have the ability to choose, because something about their past life, they weren't given any choices. So that's why there's something about that, like that excitement in being in those spaces and confronting things that most people would shy away from, and they're like yes. Like that's like, because I keep on hearing that the message from the last life is better a life where you can make the wrong decision than having no decision at all. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Lisa. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings. The list is closed, but if you'd like to book a private reading with me, you can book one on my site. Next person we're reading for today is Cindy. Cindy, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. Okay. I would love one if you can. Bean, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. You're so welcome, Emmy. Hi there, Lisa. That gave me yep. She doesn't even go here. She doesn't even go here. I love it, Nikki. Not the sentiment, but the image. No, I understand it completely. You always have the best question. She always does, right? I love a good question. I'm back in the back of the class. Exactly. Good afternoon, Heather. Yeah, I want that question. Oof. Adrenaline junkies. Yeah, slacklining. Exactly. It's like pop quiz, hot shot. It's like that type of energy. Thank you for encouraging everyone to tap the live, Kimmy. He definitely does live life that way. Thank you for confirmation. No, that's what I'm saying. Like anybody else would be like, this is a nightmare. And this person is like, I love it. Like they're like, I love it. When the sound card isn't sounding. They seem cool. Extremely common. Thank you. You're so welcome, Lisa. Hi there, Cindy. I got the year. Oh, you got the year subscription. That means so much to me. Thank you, Booby. But yeah, happy to read for you on that if you'd like to get on the, well, the list is closed right now. But all right. I'm just Cindy, I'm just waiting for your question, dear. Can you let me know if you have a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And as I mentioned, the list is closed, but if you'd like to book a private reading with me, you can book one on my site. General, I've got you, dear. Can I get a general? I might have to step out for a second. Okay, wait. Okay, I will, but here's the only issue I'm having right now. I've got a Christine and a Crystal. Okay, just let me know which one you are, dear, and I'll put you on the hold list. All right. Also, if you step back and I'm not here when you return, just remember you'll be on the hold list and you can come back and claim that reading when I'm back on. I'm committed. Marriages don't even last that long these days. Thank you, dear. Means a lot to me. All right, we're doing a general for Cindy. 4 cards, please, for Cindy. Highest priority messages from Spirit, please. And one more, please. Thank you. Who are these people? Whatever. Like, what is this? What is this? I got a message for you right now. You know, if you're like, I keep on hearing, I delight in disappointing you. You know, there's something really important to notate and recognize around something here. You know, I feel like there's something I feel like you're going through a lot of energetic changes right now. And I see some kind of energy around you that feels like who are these, what is this energy? Feels like you got to say in your path work, right? Like if there's some kind of experience here where someone's like feeling disappointed, like I want you to say like you got to beg. They're saying like you got to beg the question and say, well, if you're disappointed, what were you expecting, right? When someone says they're disappointed, you got to ask the next question. If you're disappointed, what were you expecting? Sometimes it's the right thing to disappoint the right people. You know what I mean? Like sometimes it's the right, it's not about not disappointing people. It's about making sure that you're disappointing the right people. Because like the thing is about it is like, I don't know why I'm getting some kind of reading here that says it's your path work is absolutely nobody's business but your own. Like, you know, you are not cake. You're not cake. Not everyone deserves a slice, you know? And I feel like if there's some kind of energy here that is feeling, you know, I got to tell you right now, and this is really important because this was coming through in the messages over the last few days. Our feelings, the feelings, there's only our feeling, the feelings that we generate in others are not our responsibility. Okay, why? Because I have no control over how you feel about me, right? You could love me, you could hate me. I can't go in there. I can't adjust that knob. Now, if there's something I'm doing wrong, if something bothers me, like we can talk that out. But if someone has this there's only like if someone feels something for you and they can't explain it why, you're triggering them. And you're triggering them. If they cannot put to words what it is that bothers them, you're triggering them. That's their ego. There's only one emotion, and that's why when we love one another, it feels like a gift, because that's the gift of feeling the emotions that we express in one another that feels like it's a gift, right? It's because emotions are not our responsibility. Now, there's only one, I'm going to say but here because every good universal lesson has a curve on it. There's only one feeling that you need to be responsible for in another person, and that is confusion. Because if someone comes to you and says that something that you've given them is confusion, then you are the point of clarity. So it kind of has to be that space of not letting yourself be triggered by another person's projections on you right now, right? And I'll tell you right now, let your authenticity, let that authenticity be that form of protection, right? Because if you're moving on your path work and energy is saying, I'm really disappointed on you, but they're not being able to tell you why, then all you need to know is they just told you that you're doing something that they didn't expect, but they're also not willing to articulate what they expected. That's noteworthy. That's an interesting note. Pay attention to it. Don't feel like you need to change in the midst of it. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. 8 of Pentacles in its reversal. Honor your no. I got to point out, sometimes you learn everything you need to know about an energetic connection in the moment that you have to disappoint them. Because when we are in healthy connection, we don't expect things from each other, right? When we're in healthy connection, we don't take it personally if those we care about can't, can't move out, like can't do something or can't be somewhere, right? The healthy energetic connections are such that we often feel safe. We feel our most safe and protected when another honors our no or honors our ability of choice. And that's why often we have these moments where someone's like, why won't you let me be nice to you? It's like, that's why, right? Because you're asking to give something that I'm not necessarily inclined to receive or desire, right? It's almost in those moments, like I can see this type of energy here. And I'd say also right now, be very conscientious of some come hither energy, like energy that's trying to like give a boundary to you and then tries to like make you cross that boundary or cross that threshold. If someone cannot articulate a need, then that need does not go fulfilled. We use our words because that's how we heal each other. And I just feel like there's a lot of that work here. I see you kind of moving away from something that's not in alignment to you. But if doing nothing but being authentic and asking for clarity is shifting energy away from you, that in itself is its own form of spiritual protection. Thank you so much. And I think it's interesting because I see something that you're looking at that you feel like something's not working, but your guides are saying that you dodged a bullet in some way. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Cindy. And if this message connected, if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Christine. Christine, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And just a reminder, the list is closed, but if you'd like to book a private reading with me, you can book one on my site. The list is not open right now, Heather, but I will probably be coming back on later, and I will be opening the list back up. So if you're okay with getting on the list and waiting, like I'm going to have to step away to do some a private reading. So if you're comfortable with getting on the list and then coming back, like returning back later to get on the list, you're welcome to get on the list, but I just wanted to articulate that. Okay. Hold on a minute, just reading over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Better a life where you choose the scary decision than have no choice at all. That the thing is, I just keep on seeing that whatever that person's past pathwork was, very cloistered. I wouldn't be surprised if there was like some kind of monk energy around it, because I keep on seeing like someone being like, I didn't have any choices. they're here to like shift the gears, Hi there, Cindy. And thank you again for that subscription, Booby. Yeah, I'm happy to read for that. If you'd like to book a private reading with me, you can do so on my site. I might have to, yep, I'm committed. Yep, and thank you as well. Blessings to you as well, Booby. When I'm unmasked, they say I'm annoying. I mean, but if you're like, here's the thing. If you're unmasked with energy that's in alignment to you, you won't be annoying. You'll be delightful. If you being your authentic self is annoying to another, thank you. Thank you, authentic self, showing you who is in alignment with you and who's not. That's protection. How do you stay in divine union more than 10 minutes? I love your questions, Vivi. We can draw cards on that. You got it. It's constant calibration. Love that I am the cake. I mean, here's the thing, but you're not. I mean, here's the thing. You're not cake. Not everyone deserves a slice. Like that's the thing. It's like you're like it's like Oh, Cindy, I'm sending you so much support on that journey, dear. I'm sending you so much support. But again, I keep on seeing that there's something really valuable, important in being able to identify who is in alignment with you right now versus those situations or circumstances. Like they said, that like it feels like there's a lot of clarity, but they're also saying make sure that you're articulating. Make sure that you're articulating upon what your needs are. Make sure that you're articulating upon what that is, right? Like don't like like remember when I said like clearing that throat chakra to a certain extent? Finding the ability to articulate what those needs are, and like they're saying, like make sure that you're expressing it outwards so that others can step forward. I have the list is so as I said, the list is closed right now unless you're willing to come. Like I'm going to be coming back on later, so if you'd like to get on the list for later, I'm happy to read. I'm happy to take add you to the list. When you're sick, people either run away or come near. Exactly. They're saying that there's something about a lot of that understanding or that clarity of intention that's coming towards you at this time. So they're saying like, allow that to be a space that you hold sacred. And I'm sending you so much support on that journey, as I know the rest of the collective is as well. Um, we need a singing bird gift. I think there might be one. And as I mentioned, Heather, if you'd like to get on the list, if you're okay with me coming back later to do the reading, I'm happy to add you to the list, but under those circumstances. Well, Tempest, can you, I've got the list right now. The list I have right now is Christine, Nikki, and Crystal. If I don't have you on the list, dear, just let me know where you sent the payment and I'll confirm. You're so welcome, Cindy. And again, sending you so much support. You're so welcome, Heather. Moonlit, I sent a letter to him 3 weeks ago saying I wanted to connect, wondering if he got the letter. I'm happy to read for you on that in a private reading. But I'm looking right now for Crystal. If Crystal isn't here, the next person on the list right now is Nikki. Hi there, Hardy. How are you doing today? And thank you for connecting to that message, Cindy, and thank you for being a subscriber. How long will it be before I'm back? I'm going to be getting a reading between. I'll be back. I'm going to be stepping away at 4. I should be back on at about around 4:45. So, hi there, Chrissy. Okay, thank you for confirming, Tempest. Just bear with me a moment and I'll confirm that. Chrissy, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question? Okay, hold on a minute. I knew this day would come. All right, we've got a Christine and a Crystal on the list. Who's Crystal? Okay. Which one is Crystal? Hold on. I'm next. Moonlit. Okay. Hold on a minute. Let's confirm who's next. Oh, you're not on the list. Okay, good. All right. Thank you, Crystal. Thank you for confirming. Oh, Crystal. Crystal. Oh, I'm looking for Christine right now. I'm Christine. Oh, thank you, Okay, Moonlit. Thank you for confirmation. Okay, so we're doing Moonlit right now. Thank you, guys. All right, and just bear with me a moment. Okay. Yes, thank you. I'm sorry. So sorry, Moonlit. Typically, when it's our turn, we respond in all caps. So I apologize. I didn't realize you were on the list. Okay. Okay. So So what we're doing is you sent a letter to them. Tempest, my dear. Okay, I'm gonna add you to the list. You're actually gonna be next on the list. I'm not sure how we missed that. Okay. Thank you for your patience, dear. I'll draw an extra card for you as well. All right. I sent a letter to them saying I wanted to connect, wondering if they got it. Energy in general as well. All right, thank you. Can I get 3 cards, please? 3 cards? Oh, two of them are transverse. One more, please. They don't know what to do. It's all wands. I see someone trying to figure out what to do with it. You know? I keep on hearing someone say, I don't want to fight. Like, I keep on seeing, like, I see someone that's really struggling with it because, you know, I don't know. I don't know. I feel like there's something about them not being sure what to do, like what steps to take or what to do. Um, there's something that needs to be pointed out here, which is I feel like there's something deeper that's happening in relationality to manifestation goals. I'm not sure if there was I want to know what this argument was that created separation, you know, because it does feel like there's a bit of this tug of war between you and them, you know. I feel like some of it was I see a situation where someone liked things the way they were. Like it's giving me someone who's like in some kind of space, like, and there, it's like there, like there's so much of this, there's so much of this energy here of conflict around a person. Like there's an internal battle that they're working through, and I keep on hearing, I feel like I hear someone saying, I have every intention of getting to something. I have every intention of communicating, but I need it. It requires time, right? I keep on saying it requires space. It requires effort. Like it says to me, I keep on hearing someone say, I need to be in the right headspace to respond to something. And I keep on seeing someone say, like, I am in the midst of, like, they're going, like, they've got like, they're in the middle of something here that is just like, they're deep in the thick of something right now. Bottom of the deck on this, it's like I keep on hearing someone, like, they like it's like they're trying to find that. I keep on hearing someone say they're trying to find the time to craft the words, but they also don't know what to say. You know, I keep on hearing someone saying they're trying to find the time to craft the words, but they don't know what to say. Um, it feels to me like what you said to them, though, in it had a profound impact on them. Whatever this is, whatever you said there, I just keep on hearing profound, like, profound impact. Like they're thinking, I see someone reading over it, like, over and over, and just kind of struck, like I don't know, like, it's like dumb. I keep hearing the word, like, dumbfounded to a certain extent. Um, but I do think that there is something really important to notate here about um, manifestation goals, like what that looks like. Um, because there's a little bit of this loner energy around someone here. There's a little bit of this energy that's like having a hard time. I keep on seeing having a hard time, um, like they're going through it right now, and I feel like it's giving them peace. But that's the thing that's hard about it. I keep on hearing it's like it's giving them peace at a time where they feel like they're no one's peace, you know? Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. I keep on hearing, like, every time I keep on hearing someone say, every time I try to think about what to write down, like, I don't know what to say. Like, I keep on hearing someone say, I'm struck dumbfounded, you know? Thank you. All right, next person I'm reading for today is Tempest. Tempest, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading on or a specific question. Also, so I'd like to make a request for those who are still on the list right now. Currently on the list, I have Nikki and Crystal. I need to step away to do a personal reading. I should be back on here at 4:45. I wanted to ask if both Nikki and Crystal, if you're comfortable with me doing the readings when I return at 4:45. I will also include an additional card in both of those readings. Please let me know. And we will also be doing at that time, I will also be doing the one card readings for subscribers. Basically, can you confirm your name, dear, and I'll confirm where you are on the list? I can wait till later. Oh, can you, Tempest? If you're comfortable, I would. If you're comfortable with me reading for you when I get back, I would really appreciate that. Thank you. Just reading over. Hold on a minute. No argument. New connection. Okay. Forgot. No, it's okay, Kate. You have nothing to worry. No, it's okay. And thank you. You're so welcome, Moonlit. I feel like I keep on hearing, like, it needs time. Like, they need time. Like, they're like, they need the time. Like, I keep on saying, like, it's not like they need the time to, like I keep on saying they need the time to craft a response. Okay. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Okay, so I've got Tempest and Crystal on the hold list. 4:45 Eastern time zone, Nikki. Gianni. Okay, Gianni, can you confirm where you sent the donation, dear? and I'll confirm your placement on the list. Oh, you never have to put your full name. Never, please don't put your full name. Please don't put your full name in social media. I'm just so impatient. I need to work on patience. I mean, I keep on it's there's a lot of that contemplation. Hi there, Andrea. You're happy the list right now is closed, but I should be back on. I'll be back on the clock app in about um 45 minutes. If you would like to get on the list for then, just let me know. Link. Okay, thank you. So I know, can you just confirm, dear? Can you confirm? Hold on, I'm just checking the list. 1 second. Can you just so on the tree that has links in it, you have to there's different methods. Can you tell me which method you use to send the donation? Yes, thank you for helping that with that, Kay. All right. Because I'm just looking for it here and I'm not seeing it. So I just want to confirm where it was sent. I have meetings from 1:30 to 3 trying to do maths. Now I understand, Nikki. Um, well, I'm also very okay. Hi there, Andrea. 3 4 5 6. Got it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so Nikki, if you want to, yeah, it'll be in 45 minutes exactly. Stripe. Thank you, dear. And just bear with me a moment. Let me confirm that. All right. Gianni, I've got you, dear. Thank you so much. Can you please confirm if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And thank you for that confirmation. I can do that. Excellent. Thank you, Nikki. I'm doing well, Dwayne. How are you doing? All right. And Gianni, I'm just waiting for your question to come through, dear. If you've posted your question, you may need to rephrase it because I haven't seen it come through. So either use different words or put periods between. That's always good. That's a good, listen, when we're between eclipses, alive is good. All right. Johnny, I'm still waiting, dear. I haven't seen it come through yet. And just a reminder to those who are here, so what we're going to be doing is I'll be doing Johnny's reading, and Pat confuses me. Okay, so clarification on Pat. Can I get 3 cards, please? 3 cards. All right. Okay, so it sounds to me like we're doing a reading on this connection. Um, I mean, I see some kind of situation, there's the inner child wounds here, you know? Like there's a bit I see a situation like they're giving me like some kind of Peter Pan energy, you know? Like a little bit of this desire not to grow up. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's a little bit of um, I see that there's this desire or this space of I keep on seeing um very much like someone that's in the space of kind of always being a constant student or always like looking at the world through the eyes of a child in some kind of way, shape, or form. But the thing about it is, I can see why it may create like a little bit of confusion because um, I feel like it's often that space of embodying the sentiment that one feels, but like not necessarily having clarity or focus as it relates to direction. I don't think that this is entirely like, I keep on seeing there's a lot of this like, I feel like there's something very important as it relates to the burden of responsibility around someone here. You know, I keep on seeing that there's something about this, about, you know, not wanting to overpromise or trying to come into a space of, um, like, how do I describe this? Like, it's a lot of like, like I keep on saying, it's a lot of like stop and start. It's a lot of this like, um, you know, working working through that, trying new things, being energetically like experimental. I would be very curious about this person's Aquarius placements, right? Because there is a little bit of this energetic unpacking here. But I need to say this, like it feels like they need to find the confidence to be able to talk about what they dream and bringing it into reality, right? Like there's a lot of tenderness here, there's a lot of vulnerability. So one of the things I can see that may help in a situation like this, make sure that you're speaking confidently about what it is that you want to build with someone. Make sure that you're being clear. And again, you know, if there's something here that you feel like you're confused about, make sure that you're articulating upon that confusion. And most importantly, if you're being patient with someone, make sure that you're letting them know that they're finding you at a point of patience. Because I feel like something about this energy often doesn't recognize when someone's being patient for them. They just assume everything is okay until it's not. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, there's like some kind of energetic shyness here, right? There's a little bit of this, like there's a little bit of this, it's like the energy is a little bit inhibited. You know, they have a little bit of difficulty putting their dreams into words. So I feel like the more that you're able to kind of talk towards your dreams, like I keep on hearing like the way to build with this energy is to talk to them about their dreams to see if they share it with them, right? Talk, like I keep on hearing, try to bring into that space of being future forward. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Johnny. My friends, I want to thank you guys so much for being here and in sharing in these messages. We've got two more people on the list for today. I will be back in 45 minutes to finish up finish up the list, and we'll also be doing one card readings there at that point. Hold on a minute. I'm just going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Roxy, again, I'm sorry you're navigating that, but if you would like to book a private reading, we can always read into that. Hurry up and wait. Exactly. Well, as I mentioned, friends, I will be back on in 45 minutes. I have a private reading I have to do. And at that point, we'll continue the list, and I'll also be open the list back up, and we'll also be doing our one card readings for subscribers there. I want to thank you guys so much, and I'll be back on shortly, and I will talk to you soon. Take care, everyone.